reusable, adaptable, and machine readable. So you can use them in a lot of situations, like to render lists, to render forms, to in like headless use cases, without actually having to implement everything ad hoc. And so in WordPress, they are everywhere. Like the most important ones are like post type. So a post is a structured content. It has a list of properties, a list of fields. Taxonomy as well is a post, like a post type, like a category or a tag. And we can also think about third-party use cases like an event, like a book post type and things like that. All of these are structured content. And so before talking about the future of this in WordPress, like how do we deal with this kind of information in WordPress, let's go back a little bit to the past and see like how WordPress evolved in relation to custom post types. So the initial release of WordPress happened in 2003, and at that time WordPress was mostly a blogging tool, so it's just dealing with posts. But the ease of use of WordPress like led a lot of people to try to use it in use cases that it was not really meant for. And so the need for APIs and tools to deal with these advanced use cases arise. And so the initial release that introduced metadata, like custom fields for posts, and which can be seen as the seeds for this kind of structured content usage in WordPress, was WordPress 2.0, released in 2005. But the biggest leap that WordPress did was actually in WordPress 3.0 in 2010, with the release of introduction of custom post types and custom taxonomies. And I think from that point we could say like WordPress became a fully capable CMS, and the usage of WordPress kind of started increasing more and more. And actually, but at that time when custom post type were released, there was no UI in the dashboard to be able to manipulate these objects and these structured content like directly in the LP admin. But before even the release, plugin authors saw an opportunity there. And so there was a plugin that was released before actually 3.0 made it to the stable release. Even like during the alpha and beta phase, it is called UI for post types, and it was the first plugin that introduced this kind of UI. And after that, obviously, like there were a lot of plugins, including ACF, Metabox, and Pods, and others. And so the plugin, the need for that was very clear in the community. And so in parallel in that, WordPress actually introduced a lot of other small APIs that deal with structured content, but they were not actually meant for it entirely in the beginning. So, for example, in WordPress 2.7, WordPress introduced the Settings API. It's an API where the idea was to unify how third-party plugins and core register settings and render the forms in the WordPress settings page. And in parallel as well, in WordPress 3.1, a new class was introduced in WordPress called WP List Table, and it was about unifying how the different lists in WordPress are rendered, like the post list, the taxonomies list, or media list. It was about columns, right? And if you think about it, columns, what are columns? They are actually fields or properties. In the same way, a form is a list of fields, a table is also a list of fields. So all these independent initiatives, people starting to wonder in the community, like, what if there is a concept that unify all of these together? So core didn't evolve that much since then in this aspect. We introduced blocks to structure the HTML content, but we left these properties and fields to third parties. But there were some initiatives that were started by the community, most importantly the Fields API initiatives, and the core fields team that exists in core. The idea was to try to unify how we build a unified specification about like how we define these fields and how do we use them, how do we render things with them. But come 2023, 2024, we are in early days of the phase 3 phase of Gutenberg. And at that point, there is the admin redesign project that is launched in WordPress core. And so we have all these screens that we need to implement. Like, as you can see here, we have to redesign and re-implement all the lists in WordPress. Either it is for core lists, like for pages and things like that, but also support third-party lists. The other thing we had to implement is forms. Like in the sidebar here, you can see a quick edit form. So all these mockups were being designed by core designers, and we had to think about how to implement all these UIs everywhere, like either for patterns, templates, or how to redesign the media library and things like that. So to implement this, we didn't want to go and like write all these screens one by one and like recreate all these ad hoc APIs. For example, the settings screen here is also, this is a mockup that is not developed, but it is a goal for us to like redesign the settings screen as well. So how do we go about that? How do we implement all these screens while at the same time having this long-term goal of arriving to something about this new concept, like introducing this fields API, and we, as I said, we don't want to recreate this screen one by one. So the approach we took is, let's do a bottom-up approach. What do I mean by that? I mean, like, let's start with the ideal user experience that we want to achieve. Like, instead of defining a specification and trying to derive the UI from it, in general, if we go that way, we end up in a situation where the UI is not perfect and maybe it doesn't adapt to all the use cases. So we took a reverse approach. Like, let's start from the UI itself, like build the UI that we want and try to discover what are these shapes, these concepts, this abstraction that unify all these UIs together. If you have been yesterday here in Matthias' talk, he was talking about the shapes of WordPress, how blocks and post types become the shape of WordPress. Maybe here there is a new shape to be discovered. Maybe there's a field shape that we have to discover from this UI to be able to unify them. And so that was the plan. And the initial UI we wanted to build is the list. So the data views component is about rendering lists, like shown in this mockup. It's the initial one is a table. So how do we render this table based on some API that is about defining the structure of our object? So I'm going to show some code, but I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible just to explain the concept. So for this talk, we're going to use post as an example. So here I have a list of posts. Like I have one post, and for each post, what do we have? We have an ID, a title, a status, and like an ID for a featured image. So the first thing we need to do is let's define the schema for this post. Like what are the properties? What are the fields of this post? And then try to think about how to render the UI based on it. So this is what we call the schema, or the list of fields. It's actually very simple. You can say like we have 3 fields here: title, author, and status. For each one we have an ID in the label. What the ID is basically how to extract the data from the object. So here, for example, if you have an object, you do post.title and you get the title. The label is just a human readable label that can be used, for example, to render the columns in a table, and can be used in other places. Like each row can be labeled like an area label for screen readers and things like that. So this information is going to be used by the framework to render this automatically. So by default, this allows us to render like just extract automatically all the data and just render it as it is, like a string. But what if someone, like, as I said, we want to start from the user experience. So what if we want to render something more advanced, like an icon or like an image or like something interactive in the table? How do we go about that? So similar to how blocks have like edit function and save function to explain how they render in the editor or in the front end, a field can have an optional render function. It's basically just a function that takes the object, the current object we're working on, so the current post, and just render any React component. I'm not going to go into details. This is just a random example of a React component called status icon that maybe can take the string of the post status and render it as an icon. It's just to show that each field can define a custom render component for advanced use cases, but by default, it's optional. It's not, it's just going to render whatever the object contains. So we have now our list of fields, our schema, or sometimes it's called a JSON schema. And what's remaining is to describe what we want to render. So to roll back a little bit, we want to render a table, right? And we want, so for the table, there is a main column, which is what we call a title field. So we just say, okay, I have a view object. This is the description of the layout. I give it a type. I want to render a table. The main field of the table, so the first one, is the field called title. This corresponds to the ID I had before here. And the remaining columns I want to render is the fields like author and status. Why do we need this? Like you can imagine like a post object has maybe 20 or 30 fields and you don't want to render all of them in your table. So when you say fields, you just pick the fields that you want to render, you order them as you wish. And the last step, so we have our two objects, we have our schema, the fields, we have our view object that describes what we want to render. We just use the component called data views. That component is, by the way, already available in WordPress/data views npm package, so you could use it in your plugins if needed. And you get something like this automatically, so the title and the rest of the columns. But we didn't want to stop here, so we are rendering lists. There are very different ways to render lists. We can render a table, but we can also render lists as grids or as timeline or other use cases. So how do we go from this? Let's talk about the grid now. Like for the templates, we wanted to see previews and like some description of the template. Like the table, it might not always be the right way to render a list of data. So how do we go from this to a grid while keeping our abstraction? And so for a grid, you need a preview of something. And so a featured image is a good example to use for posts. Like how do we render the featured image as a preview? So we define a new field called featured image field. It's just same API as any other field. It has a custom render function to render an image tag. And that's it. And we update our view object. We don't want a table anymore. We want a grid. And we define the media field that we want to use as a preview. And by doing these changes, we obtain something like this. And then the user would be able to switch as needed from tables to lists, to tables to grids, etc. So let's do a quick recap. This is the data views. It allows you to render lists of data in all kind of ways. It supports by default 3 layouts that are already available: table, grid, and list. What we call by list here is something close to email list, so where you have a list on the sidebar, you click on it, and you have a preview on the right. It was introduced in WordPress 6.5, and it supports like filtering, searching, paginations, all of that by default. Reordering fields, support toggling visibility of fields on like hide and show fields, and it also supports actions and bulk actions. What are actions? Actions are functions you can call per row. For example, in a table, you want to delete a post, you define a delete post action, and so you have the same action available for all posts. It can also support bulk actions, so when you select multiple items, the same action can be triggered. I don't want to go into too much detail, but just want to do a quick recap. So the next step, so now we have a way to render lists based on a schema, on a fields list, or on a fields API, if you like. And the next step is, how can we use this exact same information, this exact same schema to render forms? And we don't want, again, to recreate all these forms. As you can see here on the sidebar, this is a panel that we want to render for its site editor when you select a page, or like you want to quick edit it on the sidebar. It's also the same thing that exists in the editor, in like block editor. If you go in the block editor, there's a document inspector sidebar, like for posts or pages. It's where we render like template, post status. It's actually the same thing conceptually. Like, how do we render these automatically without having to write the components manually? So the other way, the other thing is that this is a form as well. Like on the sidebar here, you can see it's the same form, but rendered as inline controlled instead of a panel in this here. Like here, each item you have to click, show a drop down, and manipulate the control in a popover. But here, the controls are rendered inline. These are conceptually the same thing. So how do we arrive to this? How do we render this automatically? So we use the same list of fields that we use for data views, and we just add some small information to each field. We augment it with a type. Like by default, like if you add a type text, for example, to a field, you're gonna get an input to edit this field, like a text input. So for example, the title, user would be able to, if it's rendered in a form, would be able to modify that automatically. And so there are other types that we support by default right now. These are the ones, like we have the text input, we support numbers, and we support date time. But if you want to have a very specific control to be able to edit a given field, like you don't want to use the built-in ones, the same way we have render to have an advanced rendering technique, we have an edit function to define the control to edit a given field, like to implement advanced use cases. In the featured image example, like maybe we want a drop zone where people can drag and drop images, or you want a button that you click it, it opens the media library to upload an image. We don't have that support by default, but you could implement it by defining a custom edit function. It's basically a React component that when the user makes a change, you have just to call the onChange callback with the new value that needs to be stored. So you arrive to something like this, for the featured image. And then similarly to lists, we have to tell our form, what do we want to render? What is the layout of this form? And for forms, it's basically picking the fields that we want to see in the form. In this case, I'm going to pick title, status, and featured image. I pass my form object in addition to the fields definition that I had to the data form component, and I get something like this, like a form ready to be used to edit that post object. But as I said, this is not the only layout that we support for forms. Like we support something else that's called a panel, and so you can also decide, okay, let's render this form as a panel, and but for the featured image, I want to keep it as an inline control. So do we have the possibility to also define a layout for each field, like regular, which means it's inline. So you get something like this. For the featured image, it's editable inline, but for the other fields, you have to click to actually get the control in a drop-down. So another recap for the data form component is also something that is already available in WordPress 6.6. You can use it in your own plugins from the same NPM package. It supports regular and panel rendering. It supports several field types. It supports also additional controls like a select from a list of items or a radio control. And it supports bulk editing. If you pass single item or multiple items, the form is rendered and you'll be able to edit all these objects at the same time. What about extensibility, you may ask? Like one of our primary goals as well when implementing these APIs was like, let's keep extensibility in our mind. And we want all of the things to be extensible by third parties. And like this is why the API is declarative. It's like a list of objects that if you modify a small thing in it, the whole rendering changes. So what can you do today in terms of extensibility with data views and data form? is adding a field, for example. Like, how do we add a field in general in WordPress? You may already be familiar. This is not a new API. You can register a custom field for a post. And the only, like here, I'm registering a page color field. I'm showing it in REST. That way it's accessible in the front end to be able to be added to the data views. And what we added is this experimental API. This is only available if you use the Gutenberg plugin right now, because there's maybe some changes that we want to make to it. So use it carefully. If you do that, you register a new field. Like, it's the same format that I used initially to define the other built-in fields like title, status, etc. And I'm adding a color field to the page post type. So when I go to the data views for pages and like the quick edit form for pages, I will have the color field available there. In the same way, I can register a built-in field, the field that is defined by core itself. Like in this example, I can remove the author field. Maybe I don't want to show it in the table or something. Similar API exists for actions. As I said earlier, action is about making something on top of for a selection. Like, you select a post, you can apply an action on the post. How do you define an action? You just give it a name. You say whether it's primary or not. If it's primary, it's rendered inline, like in the table. If it's secondary, it's rendered in more menu, like you have a 3 dots menu where you click and you actually see the action. An action can support bulk editing or not. So if you have a single selection, it shows up. If you have multiple, depending on whether the action supports bulk editing, it can show up or not. And you define the callback of the action. And so whatever you write there is going to be executed when the action is triggered for the current selection. Like for this example, I'm just rendering an alert dialog. The same way you can unregister actions, and this is very useful. For example, like I know there's a lot of plugins that offer the duplicate post action. So maybe you could say, I want to remove the default duplicate post action and replace it with my own. So you could do that and just remove any built-in action that is defined by core. So summary of the extensibility today is that you have two low-level components that you can use in your own plugins to build your own lists and forms, data views and data form. We have some low-level APIs also to be able to register fields, register actions, remove action. But this is not the end goal. The end goal is actually a higher level abstraction that is super easy to use. We want 90% of the use cases to be able to be addressed by a simple PHP API, and 10% for advanced use cases, you might need to write some JavaScript and some React. So what does this mean? It means like the fields and it needs to be a serializable format. So the same format is shared between the backend and the server. So the goal is to arrive to something like this. Like, this function doesn't exist today. It's just like a goal. Like, maybe the future is this. So you would register a field for a post type or for a taxonomy or for whatever structured object you want to register a field for. And you would say, I want to add like a post color field, its type of string, and that's it. Like, when you do that, the idea is this automatically registers the custom fields meta. Like today, it also registers the field in the data views in the front end. It's also registered it for the form, so your user would be able to edit it. And maybe even further, maybe you just do this and you also get block variations for this that you can use in your posts and templates. And for example, I want to render the active color for the current post. I just insert these block variations, and using the block bindings API, the value of this variation is actually bound to what is edited by the user. So that's one of the goals. The other goal is, like I said, data views support table, lists, and grids today. But what if a third-party developer wants to add like a timeline, like render the list of data as a timeline, or as a calendar, or like as a Kanban view? Like, whatever you can think of, like the way you adjust or render list of data together, you should be able to do it by defining a component that receives a configuration, like a definition of the layout and the list of fields. The other thing is we want to split the data views component into smaller components. That way you can render it however you want. Right now when you render it, you get the filters on the top, you get pagination on the bottom, you get the data view itself in the middle. So maybe you want to tweak that a little bit. So one of our goals is also to split that monolith. And we want to allow registration of default views. If you go today to the site editor, like for pages or for templates, you have some default views. They're like all posts, all pages, draft pages, trashed pages. Like we could imagine that third-party developers would register their own views there, like to build their own workflows for their own custom post types. So yeah, but regardless, there are actually already a lot of opportunities today to actually use these APIs. And like some examples I can think of are connected lists and forms. Like there is actually a library called DataKit that exists today. It's a third-party library. It's a wrapper around data views to be able to render these tables and these forms in the front end and connect them, for example, to post types. And all of that in PHP without even writing a single line of code in JavaScript. So you could also imagine form plugins. Like form plugins could actually use data form to generate their forms instead of having to build their own frameworks and things like that. Also, I was discussing yesterday with my friend Hector, and there's also a lot of opportunities to enhance data views. For example, what if there's a plugin that allows you to define formulas like fields where you compute the value based on other fields or add conditional, render a color or not, depending on the value. So you could imagine like kind of like Excel in WordPress, or like Notion in WordPress. So all of this is actually something you can try to explore already using the data views API. Well, now that we have also these APIs in core, like we have ability to add fields, to render forms and lists, it's actually a small leap to think about the possibility of having a UI to edit this in core directly. Here I'm just showing some templates that were explored by our core designers, like to be able to say, okay, I want to add a custom field directly in core in the dashboard without using a plugin. So I think the step to go there is now as small as it can be. So I'm not making any promises or anything, but I'm saying that in the future, this might be a possibility, like core having some kinds of custom fields definition UI, like shown here as well. Like you could add a new field, for example, to the data views. So yeah, that's about it. If you want to learn more about both of these APIs, you can go to the storybook and play with them. There's stories. Stories are like a way to play with the UI components provided by WordPress without actually using WordPress or anything. So you can go there, search for data views and data form, and see how they feel, how they work. We have some tutorials on the developer blog about data views, how to use them in your own custom admin page, etc. There is an official documentation on the block editor handbook, like the data views package. And if you want to follow progress, there's several issues. These are the most important ones. One about data views, data form, and extensibility. And yeah, that's about it. If you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Riyad. Now is the Q&A section. If anyone have any questions?
I'm happy you can find me after the talk, wherever, to answer questions.
Where's the room? Thank you.
Hi. Is there any property for a column to set width of the column? And what will happen if you have too many columns? How you will render table? For example, do you have a horizontal scroll or something like that?
Yeah.
And the second question regarding for bulk actions, when some action is like bulk, will it render like in 3 dots, like for one single row, or there will be another like menu for that?
Okay, so we do support defining width, I think, for each column. So in the view object that I showed, there are some specific configuration that apply specifically to some layouts, but not to others, and this is one of them. And so we do support there. They can add styles and say, I think it's style, and then you say which field, and then you define the width. The other question was about horizontal scrolling. I think we have horizontal scrolling, and that's all we do, I think, at the moment. Yeah. And then the third question was about
Bulk actions.
bulk action. Yes, bulk action. So when you select multiple items, there is a new toolbar that shows up in the bottom where you can actually trigger the bulk actions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry. Anyone
If
else
there's
have
no
questions?
More question? There's one
Yes.
question.
Thank you very much for the nice talk. I'm just wondering, how do we register custom components that we're going to use, just in case we're going to use our own custom components for rendering fields or whatever?
It's yeah, it's basically like any it's a JavaScript file you have to load in WordPress. Like you register a script, and then you just call this function, like register field, for example, and you have your own component that is in the same file. Yes, just enqueuing the JavaScript file in the page in question. Like, for example, like today, data views and data form exist mostly in the site editor. Like today, they're going to be expanded later, obviously, to the whole admin. But today they exist in the site editor for pages, templates, and patterns. So if you enqueue a script in the site editor, it's just going to work.
Sorry. I have a question in regards to the limitation on the site editor. Is there any workarounds at the moment to get it to work with the rest of WordPress? Say, for example, custom settings pages or plugin integration that we have?
You can use it on your own in like a custom settings page, if that's what you like. You
Yes.
can actually, yeah. It's a package, so you can just include it in your own script and like render custom thing. I think the tutorials do that, but for data views, I think you're asking about data form, but it's pretty similar. In the tutorials that like the link I shared, I think there is a tutorial about building a custom page in WP admin where you actually render your own data views. So you could do the same and just render a form.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Because we get a lot of clients that like the look and feel of WordPress, and
Yeah.
you don't want to make your own style and settings page yourself if you can
Yeah.
leverage what's within WordPress already. So,
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, thank you.
Hi, over here. My question is more about the performance of the API, and is it impacted by the sort of architecture of the post-meta table, which can be quite inefficient when you've got really large sites?
Yeah, good question. It brings me to something I didn't mention in the talk. So the components themselves are actually decoupled from how the data is fetched. And so the component is just mostly about the rendering and the UI. And so how the data is fetched, we have tools to do that, like in Core, we have the Core data package to make REST API requests. These endpoints are impacted by any performance issues you might have in the tables and etc. But that's, I think, an independent subject from the data views, the data form components, which are more generic and can be used like with custom endpoints, with custom tables, or with static data that you might have in the front end. Yeah, so these are like you can connect it with whatever you want, basically.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Riyadh? Okay. I think that means you give a very clear speech. If anyone else have question, I believe you can find Riyadh today at the hall. I believe he will be happy to talk to you and share his insight. Thank you, Riyadh. So, on behalf of our team, we would like you to accept this gift bag. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Now is a coffee break, so we finished this section a bit earlier. Next section will start on time at 10 a.m. So we have 2 events going on at this building today. So please be aware of the time and the room you're going to. Thank you so much. And remember to submit the bingo card before 2:30 at the first floor registration desk. Yes. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Oh. And you can get the bingo card sticker. Oh my God. At the door. At the door. Thank you.
Test. Okay. No, that should be fine.
Good morning, everyone. Just a quick heads up, there are 2 events happening in the building today. So please be sure to check your schedule and head to the right room on time. Also, don't forget to join the fun. Submit your bingo card before 2:30 at the first floor front desk today to win the prize. Our next speaker is originally from Luxembourg and now based in Germany. Elaine Schlesser, has been working with WordPress professionally since 2014 and attended his first WordCamp in 2016. As a freelancer, he balances multiple clients with his current main role as principal architect at Yoast. With over 30 years of experience in software engineering, Elaine brings deep technical expertise and first-hand insights into emerging technologies. As a fractional architect, tech lead, and mentor, he has closely examined the AI hype cycle, experimenting with what works and what doesn't. Today, he will explore an important question. What does it mean when your customer's primary interface isn't your website, but an AI interpreter? Please join me in welcome Elaine Schlesser. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, does anyone know where my talk presentation is? I told ChatGPT to write it and bring it here, but where is it? Oh well, I guess we'll have to improvise then. Luckily, I've did a thing or two in the past, and I know a bit about those topics, so hopefully it will not be too bad. I want to talk today about AI systems and the shift that is happening now that people can witness. First of all, I think we can all agree that the open web is a nice thing. We all love our websites. We all love being able to quickly produce them with WordPress, publish content in the internet. And those websites, they are very dear to our heart, and we put a lot of effort and love into them. However, we need to talk about the LLM in the room. The thing is, some users nowadays, they don't appreciate your website anymore. They have different ways of processing the information, of gathering the information. So first of all, why is this important, and what makes us think that we need to care about this? On this chart you can see where the money goes, and if you want to find out what the future brings, always follow the money. See where it leads. So on this chart you see at the bottom this purple bar, it starts to slowly become bigger, but if you consider that the last few years we had an economic downturn and there was way less investment, you can see that the last year projects with the main focus of AI were 1/3 of all investments from the big investment companies, so from venture money. This makes us believe that some people they do a lot of work in trying to find out where to invest, where they see the biggest potential, and that starts to slowly become AI. So that's why this is important. This makes us assume that AI is happening. There is no way around it. Whether you like it or not, AI really doesn't care. It is coming very strong, very quickly at us, and we need to understand what that means. And we need to understand what implications that has for us as the consumers of the open web, but also for us as the producers of the open web. So we don't want to be too surprised. We want to be prepared for what is to come and know how to best manage this transition. So this new paradigm, this is, you can consider this a simplification. This new paradigm is basically, we had early browsers where you click and scroll and navigate. Then at some point, mobile phones happened, and all of a sudden we had apps that had few different user experience paradigms where you swiped and you tapped. And then we had voice interfaces where you just talked into some device and sometimes it even did what it was told. And now we have AI assistants where you can just have a chat with it and hopefully get it to agree that what you need is actually what it should do. These are 4 fundamental changes in a UX flow, in how people operate, in how humans interact with machines. And that is what is happening right now. There's a new paradigm coming up in terms of how human interaction works. We will explore a few questions during this talk. The first one is, what is changing? So we'll make sure that everyone is up to speed, everyone knows what we're talking about here. Then we'll talk about the technological impact of this. Then we'll talk about the economic impact of this. And then we'll look at what that does mean for your website, and we'll look at what that means for WordPress as an ecosystem. And hopefully those are the questions that you're all concerned about. If I missed one, let me know after the talk, please. So, first of all, what is changing? In November 30th, in 2022, there was launch of something called ChatGPT. And probably that is the most prominent LLM-based system that you know. That was the moment where these new generations of AI systems entered the mainstream. ChatGPT had a huge number of users in a very short amount of time. It had a quick pickup. People immediately accepted it as something valuable, as something they wanted to play around with. And everyone assumed that this is the big thing that happened, this LLM. However, as you can see, this was version 3.5. GPT has been going strong already for several years there. For those that were following AI systems more closely, GPT-2 was already pretty phenomenal. GPT-3 even more so. And GPT 3.5 was specifically adapted to be used in ChatGPT, but the main difference here, this time around, was not which version of LLM was used. It was this one. The multi-step incremental approach to interacting with that LLM. Because those LLMs, they are non-deterministic in nature. You enter something, you get something out, and it might be useful or not, or it might be complete nonsense. The big difference with ChatGPT was that you didn't need to be a prompt engineer to get a one-shot answer that was useful. You could just keep adding to the discussion, give it more and more context until it produced a result that was useful. And that was the fundamental change, not the LLM system. We have been playing around with these for years. This multi-step incremental user interface, that was the big change that ChatGPT brought about. That was what made it mainstream. So before that, when you interacted with your browser, you tried to communicate your user intent to the browser. And if you didn't get the right result, well, you scrapped that. You entered a new user intent, and you got a new result. And you did that until, at some point, you actually figured out how to properly communicate your user intent. And now with this new approach of this multi-step approach to user interfaces, you produce a user interface once, and as long as the result is not satisfying, you add to the context of this conversation that you're having. That is much more similar to how you interact with humans. Because you've probably witnessed that in the past, when you talk to humans, they also sometimes tend to not get it right away. Humans also don't work zero-shot all the time. So oftentimes you need to clarify things. You need to add more context to the discussion until everyone is on the same page. So this is much, much closer to humans interact with humans. And so this new interface for human-machine interaction is actually much closer to how we operate between people. So now hopefully everyone has a clearer idea of what I think is this big change, this paradigm shift. So what is the technological impact of it? First of all, let's talk about the content distribution. With content distribution, first of all, in this new paradigm, a lot of the content is retrieved by machines, not by humans. So humans normally would go to your website, they would scroll through your website, maybe inadvertently click on some ads while they're doing that, and then at some point they retrieve the information that they want. When your content is retrieved by machines, it is preferred to have simplified formats or APIs, because that makes it easier for those machines to actually retrieve the content. If they fail to retrieve your content, they will not let you know. They will not let you know that, oh, you should fix your website because I couldn't actually promote it. Your website will just be discarded in a set of results. That's it. It was just not producing anything meaningful. And then there's also systems that are emerging like LLMs.txt, which is an alternative representation of your website just for those machines that produces a summary of where to find what and what it means. Then if your content is used as context instead of the end result, that also means that the meaning that you put into your content is much more important than the presentation. So while it is nice for humans to have great aesthetics, great colors, the machines really don't care. They might care somewhat about what your presentation represents in terms of the hierarchical structure of your content, but that's about it. Things like colors are pretty much meaningless at this point. And then also, for the content distribution, those machines, they incur a cost per token. So a token is a piece of the information. It might be a small word, a piece of a word, and each token that is processed is incurring some cost. It might be only very minor cost for a single token, but this adds up quickly, and this means that we could end up in a state where the most token-efficient content is actually favored because it's the one that's the cheapest to forward to the users. And if it still solves the problem, if it still answers the question of the user, then that is the cheapest result to present. So for any search engine that is actually doing cost reduction or profit optimization, they will favor that type of content. Then we have the content consumption. Curated, rephased results are what these search engines or these chat systems usually reproduce. So the user might not actually see a direct representation of the source website. They get an impressionistic version of it. They get the essence of it. So that means that you need to have a coherent essence of your content that is not misleading. So you should favor content that has a single point that it tries to make over collections of information that are all grouped in one post where the post is in no particular direction. Then the natural language is used for input and output, which means that for your content, pronounceable might actually be way more important than elegant, because people might need to speak into the microphone to query that content, and they will hear it over a text-to-speech system. So if it's not pronounceable, it's probably not usable. And then also the description is more important than the visual representation. And for a lot of these points, what it boils down to is that accessibility, all those guidelines for accessibility, you didn't do those in vain just because websites disappear. Because those machines, they interact more like humans. They have the same issues when your content is inaccessible. So keep that in mind. Also, the content might be a relative representation, meaning it will not be shown on its own, it will be shown as a comparison to other content. So instead of this site says XYZ, the content might be some sites say this and some sites say that, and it will produce the references later on. So keep that also in mind. Sometimes your content might actually not represent its absolute points, but just how it compares to other content for the same topic. This basically boils down to having an opinion and a position on topics, and knowing that you will then be brought into the discussion as an expert for that side of the topic, not for the topic in general. And if the user asks for a certain side, they will not see your content. The content will always be used in a relative way. So one of my predictions, and keep in mind that those are just predictions. The image of the time machine earlier on, that was not an actual photo. That was just a cartoon. We don't really have that. So one of the predictions is that LLMs will be used as user agents at some point. Right now, your user agent, when you're navigating web content, is the browser. It actually has a property that is called user agent to let everyone know what type of browser you're using as your user agent to browse the web. And my prediction is that at some point, you will actually end up with a personal LLM system that is individualized, that is fine-tuned for your needs, and that will replace your default browser for most of your interactions. That means that the system that you use as a user agent, it knows more about you, it knows your preferences and your goals, and it will actually optimize some of that content that it retrieves. Also, it could end up being an agentic network of personal experts. So your personal user agent might have different roles that it can fulfill and help you where it's specialized to solve your particular problems. In general, we found with these AI systems that the collaboration of smaller experts is actually preferable to one large generic LLM because it generally produces better content, better results. So that could look a bit like this, where your user input goes into a personalized LLM. It accesses your personal context knowledge base to gather all the necessary context that goes beyond the generic general knowledge that the LLM already has. Then it engages this network of agentic experts for subtasks to retrieve the web information, to synthesize the knowledge, and then that information is brought back to you. So your user input is not just triggering a website, your user input is triggering your internal team that helps you figure out what the answer is. The conclusion of that, unfortunately, is that we can expect a decline in browser usage. So first of all, the main source of traffic will shift. Search patterns will gradually shift towards agents. That will have as a result that observability will suffer. So where now it's pretty easy to track the users as they navigate the web, that will become more difficult because some of these operations, they are not clear to associate with a single interaction, and some of these operations will just completely disappear. You will not be able to see them anymore, to track them anymore. And finally, this will end up in a shift in website requirements. So necessarily when the incentives changes, the end results also change. They just follow the incentives. And so we can expect things like less budget for visual design because you need more information, architecture, more structural design. The UX might be less important, and also things like inbound marketing might be less important because they just become less effective and are then less supported. So what is the economical impact? The open web business model is currently heavily centered around display ads. So the ad economy around web content, it will become less relevant as the ads that are usually displayed within the website that you clicked on, they are only displayed for users that browse the web through the browser. For the LLM agents, those ads, they don't mean nothing. They are just being discarded. The LLM agent will not forward these ads. But that means that we need to figure out what the next economic model is. This ad economy might be adaptable to work within the context of LLMs and chat interfaces. We don't have an established model yet for that. But it is something where we need to figure out how to make this new ecosystem sustainable. What we don't want is to have the default economic model that is the display ads, and as much as people hate ads, it is what keeps the open web running because it keeps it sustainable. We don't want that to just drop and not have a valid replacement. So the issue basically can be represented by this. If users don't go to your website, there's no ad revenue. They go to the AI assistant and get a direct answer. It's as basic as that, but that is what we're currently seeing already with search results, where the search results, they just give you the answer. They don't let people click on the website to see the ads. They just give the answer. And another prediction is that we will see a shift in ad spend, meaning that the ad spend might be less relevant for written content, because written content, on one hand, is easier to produce nowadays, but it might also be less relevant because these LLM systems extract ideas, not the exact content that was written. And display ads on blogs will become very ineffective. There will probably be a further push towards influencer content, because you can aggregate information that somebody writes. But if people really want to see a certain personality, that cannot easily be just synthesized away by LLMs. Someone's YouTube channel, where people just want to see that face in the morning with their coffee because they like that face, that will not go away with LLMs. So ads will probably move more towards this influencer marketing model than display ads on blogs. And also, there's a definite risk here for the publishing sector, and we need to talk about alternative monetization models to make sure that publishing valuable content, correct news content, all the things that we currently still rely on, that remains a sustainable business model. There is a definite risk here, and we shouldn't wait too long to come up with alternatives and run tests and experiments to figure something out. We need to figure something out here. And then another prediction, monetization generally for information will be redefined. There's a big chance that those LLM and chat interactions, that they will try to extract and sell value, where you could think about having an ad space in voice interactions, for example. So you talk to your AI chat assistant, and all of a sudden it says, oh wait, before we continue, let me quickly tell you about this and that. So yeah, that might happen. It might also be that all of a sudden there's a pay-to-train model where you can get preferred spots within the training materials of the LLMs, so that next iteration of the LLM models will contain more references to your content rather than someone else's. And who knows, maybe we'll see AI influencers where you pay people because they have a really good connection to the next models of LLMs to get your information in there. And then we can also expect the inference cost to somehow be forwarded to users. Right now, there's a lot of loss leading going on because the big companies that are running these models, they are trying to basically just stake the real estate right now. But as soon as that has stopped, they will go into cost reduction and profit maximizing mode. And they will probably find ways of forwarding the cost of the inference to the users. So my conclusion here is that we need to rethink the open web. The open web right now relies on a monetization model that is very likely to stop being very effective soon. So we need to really rethink how that works. Those established models, as I said, there are incentives that are shuffled around, and that means that very likely things will change. And the information itself is not a monetizable end result. So we need to be creative and come up with new ways of extracting value and extracting monetization out of the publishing act. So what does that mean for your personal side, for your agency side, for your company side? First of all, with LLM search engines, AI search engines, it's a bit more of an all or nothing approach, where before you could have very profitable websites that were on page 2 of the Google search results for many different terms. Page 2 will just not cut it for these AI systems, because they will just take the top spots and then provide summaries. You cannot click to the next page in those results. So you need to make sure that you produce content that is the authority in some way, rather than generic content that is good enough in many different ways. Because this good enough was good enough in the past paradigm. It's not anymore in this one. Also, these long tail pages, all the ads on those will become less and less efficient. So having old sites around that happen to just have low traffic for random keywords and putting ads on them, that will probably stop being effective very soon and not produce any return anymore. And then the search will become more focused. The user will not only state the intent once, the user will state the intent and then refine it with context. And every time they refine it, the search queries will become more and more focused. So that means think more about being the expert in very focused topics rather than producing generic content, or having different subsections of your websites that produce very specific content. Because you want to be the only authority for a certain very specific problem to solve. And then another prediction, there will be a shift in how search engines work. That is obvious, of course, that has already happened, you will say, but let me explain. Right now, the search engines, they are still trying to optimize for this human experience. But what we're seeing as a shift now is that the LLMs use the search engines to get the top results and then produce a summary of that to the user. So the search engines are actually used by machines now instead of by humans. So that will mean that they will be optimized in a different way. They will be optimized for fast retrieval against precise queries. The pages after the first page will become less and less relevant, where potentially we might actually see that some search engines don't care about pagination anymore because it doesn't make sense in that new environment. And finally, we can expect a quality decrease for human search. And my guess is that that is what we're currently seeing with the Google search. There's so many people that complain about what is currently going on with the Google search results. And my guess is that, nobody says that officially, of course, but my guess is that they are trying to optimize it for better retrieval by the LLMs. And while they're doing that, they are in this transitionary state, and it decreases the quality for humans. There's no incentive to improve that anymore. So the conclusion is, be a personal authority. Generic content doesn't cut it anymore. Just producing curated summaries of someone else's content doesn't cut it anymore. You need to be the expert, have quality and uniqueness, and be honing in on a certain niche. And also, you need to push yourself towards the marketing front instead of your output. So your content will never be the end result, so it can easily be aggregated away. But if people come to your website because of you instead of because of your content, because they like your take on things, because they like your personality, that is way more important, and that can never be replaced by those LLMs. Because whatever they do, they will not be you. Hopefully. So what does this mean for WordPress? There's, first of all, WordPress has currently a strong position and outlook in this rapid change. As open source, it has a natural language in everything LLM, because not only can all the content be part of the training data, but how WordPress works is part of the training data. So the LLMs will naturally know how to navigate WordPress sites, what to watch out for, what the markup means, so that they can properly filter the content to actually understand what means what. So this open source nature is definitely a natural advantage here. And also its impact as a market leader shouldn't be underestimated, because if we now figure out ways of feeding the content better to those LLMs as the WordPress community, we basically have built-in critical mass. Whatever we decide is the next step that is already a de facto standard right away. So we can actually have a big impact on this will play out over the coming months and years, hopefully. However, what I'm seeing is with the block editor, we have a bit of a fuzzy focus. There's a lot of colliding incentives there. And some issues that I think we need to look at is we need to double down on support for structured data. Right now, there's so much focus on the visual representation of the content, and that will be less and less important. So while we still want to make beautiful websites, we need to double down on getting proper structural control of your content into the block editor. And also, there needs to be a better hierarchical understanding, so that within your website, we can properly control and manage how content relates to each other and what is just details of a larger picture represented anywhere, somewhere else. And also, we need to look at those hierarchical levels to optimize the granularity for token efficiency. As I mentioned earlier, at some point, the most token efficient website will probably be favored for just financial reasons. That's just how markets work. So we need to have more control over that. The conclusion here is that WordPress needs to refocus on structure instead of how to do the visual design. The visual styling will decrease in importance, and the structure and ease of processing is much more important in this new paradigm than the aesthetics. Then we need to prepare to support new formats. Emerging standards like llms.txt, which is basically just that the website has an endpoint where you can fetch a markdown summary of all the pages in one go, so that the LLM has the context, has your entire website as an easy way to add to the context of a query. WordPress needs to be able to manage that properly. And then finally, token efficiency. I think this is one key point. Nobody's talking about that right now, but just generally thinking about how markets work and evolve, the thing that costs the least money will always have an advantage over things that are more expensive to process. While there are arguments for high-end content, maybe, I don't know, it is very likely that token efficiency will be a factor in whatever we do next. So that's my talk. I'm happy to answer questions, but you will also find me later on. I'm happy to talk about all of this, and please make sure to connect with me in case you want to follow this up async over LLMs or web browsers. Thank you so much. Let's do the Q&A session.
Thank you, Alain. Now is the Q&A section. Anyone have questions? Anyone have questions? Okay, here.
Apologies if I missed this. I'm not an SEO expert, but if traffic, or So search results are, as I understand it, dependent on sharing and traffic, and maybe indirectly or directly with traffic. If LLMs are no longer sending people to websites, how do you think the results are going to bubble up new content for them to consume if that feedback mechanism is kind of missing? And maybe that's answered by the influencer track or not, but what do you think? How are they going to take new content and put it in high positions if they don't have those metrics to use?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So right now we do see that what you get as results is a combination of mostly stale training data and then live queries through a search engine mechanism behind the scenes. So what you want is to end up in the results of that behind the scenes search engine to be surfaced there. And right now the feedback mechanism that we have in the old way of dealing with browsers, where the search engines will look at bounce rates and so on to figure out what is working. Those feedback mechanisms, they will drop because the LLM cannot possibly give that feedback back. So what we will probably see is that your individual content will be less of a ranking factor as your authority as the website owner. So Google has already done that for a while with the EEAT type of rating, where your expertise and your authority are all coming together to give kind of a brand rating to your content that goes through all of your links, all of your pages. And so what you can do right now is make sure that that is as strong as possible, and that can also be influenced from outside of search engines. Because you can use multiple channels to build that up, and then when somebody searches something, you will have the full authority, the full brand rating from all of those channels that push for your particular content. So that is one way of doing that now. What will be efficient in the future once we go fully on this other paradigm, that is difficult to say right now. What we do know right now is that this authority rating will not go away. So that is always a good thing to do. But for individual content, right now it is difficult to tell. Probably it will be a combination of a new way of getting feedback of what content works and what not, and being considered already during the training stage of models. But this is early age for those systems, so there's no one thing that has really emerged yet, and there's no recommendations really to give there except for make sure you have an actual brand and not rely on purely on the content of what you're producing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone has questions? Okay.
Way in the back.
Okay.
Hi, Alain.
Hi, thank you. It was a great talk.
Sorry.
Oh.
Let's have the lady first, and then
Oh,
you're
so
the
sorry.
next one. Sorry about
Sorry,
that.
sorry. Will be the first. Me? Okay. Hi, Alain. With AI, like LLMs changing the game, is traditional SEO and content discovery still relevant?
That depends on how you define traditional SEO. So SEO really is evolving and needs to evolve. So traditional SEO in the sense that what used to work previously is not necessarily as relevant anymore. Some things continue to work, some things will change. SEO is still relevant. Some people call it in different ways now. They call it like AI optimization instead of search optimization, or whatever acronyms they can come up with. But right now what we're still seeing is those AI systems, behind the scenes, they're still using a search engine. This search engine works slightly differently, has a different way of picking particular content, so that makes it still a search engine, and you're still optimizing for that search engine, even though it might not be the one that the users directly use. So search and SEO will not become irrelevant. What is changing though is that For example, when the LLM does a query to the search engine, the SEO part that is still working the same like the traditional one is that for a certain query you want to optimize that you are high up in the results. What we need to now figure out though is that the queries that are actually being made, they are not coming from the humans. They are coming from the LLMs. And the LLMs have a very different way of actually querying for content in the search engines. And so we will need to closely monitor what patterns emerge as these LLMs actually type in the search terms, because they have a different approach, and we will need to figure out new ways of doing keyword research, basically, because keyword research currently focuses on what the psychological intent of the human is. But the human is not driving the search engine anymore. So search engine optimization is still relevant, but keyword research needs to adapt very strongly, because keyword research needs to switch from what is the human searching to what is the LLM searching. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. When I think about, say, a small business who might decide if they want to have a website versus a social media profile, you know, sometimes they might choose social media only just because it's easier. Do you think that this changes, or like, does it improve, or sorry, does it increase or decrease the relevance of having a website for someone like a small business?
That is a question that was already relevant before LLMs emerged. And it's basically the difference between having control and ownership and using discovery mechanisms of something at scale, but then being at the mercy of whoever is running that platform. And I don't think there's much of a change with the LLMs now. This is still the same dilemma, that if you have full control, you also have a much harder time for the actual discovery process of your content. I don't think that will change, at least anytime soon. The AI systems, they can retrieve websites, they can retrieve social media, that there's no difference there. What you might want to take into account is that there are AI systems that are tightly integrated with social media platforms, and those might favor the social media content, actually. So if you want to optimize for those platforms, that is a relevant consideration then. But for generic systems, this is the same issue that we already had the last 10 years.
Thanks.
Hello, Elaine. Hello. Hello, Elaine. Great talk. I'm just wondering what's your thoughts on this, and have you ever thought, or maybe do you think in the future we could hack our way or cheat our way or trick LLMs how they create answers, and just how we have in LCO, blackout SEO, like that? Do you think?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. So LLMs are they are the worst of both worlds. They are as psychologically liable as humans and as dumb as machines at the same time. You can, with very simple hacks right now, you can inject content into the LLM's content stream that is not visible, but the LLM will still see it, interpret it, and act on it. So you can actually send invisible commands to LLMs that are not properly secured, for example. So the LLMs, there's an ongoing process of making them more and more secure, of making sure that all inputs are normalized, making sure that there's filters both for the input and the output. There's lots of research on guardrails for LLMs, on security policies for LLMs, on methodologies of how to train LLMs to make sure that they stick to certain security patterns. So there's lots of research going on there, a lot of work being done, because this is clearly an issue. And so if you think about things like keyword stuffing in the past with SEO, it's not the same things that work with these LLMs, but still these LLMs can be abused in many different ways. The makers of the LLMs and these AI searchers, they are working hard on making this not impossible, but making this less and less likely. But there's always ways like jailbreaking LLMs, for example, where every now and then someone finds a new way of tricking the LLMs. In the early days, it was as simple as using psychological tricks on the LLMs, and there was no safeguards for that. So the LLMs, weirdly enough, the way they are trained, they mimic what humans do, even though it doesn't make any conceptual sense for them, and they don't really understand why they're doing it, but they mimic it. So an LLM does a good job doing something, and then you promise it a big tip if it does a better job, and then it actually does a better job because it wants this tip that doesn't work for it and doesn't make any sense at all, but it is psychologically already pre-programmed to react on that. And so there's always ways of abusing these systems, but there's also lots and lots of work happening to quickly figure out all the ways where you can do it wrong and build safeguards around it. So any trick you will find, it will probably not work for a long time. And just with SEO, it's a dangerous game because it works as long as it works, and when it stops working, probably you shut down your site. So I would not recommend going down that route, but it's certainly something that's technologically possible.
Yeah, is it working? Yeah. Yeah, we build websites. Basically, we're an agency, so I'm just thinking through like future state, right? Like we work with a lot of brands that, for them, visual design is very important. So, for instance, hotels, they need to set themselves apart from competitors like boutique hotels, 5-star. So design is really important, right? So just thinking through in like a future state where, you know, a lot of the UI might not be as important, right, for LLMs. But will we end up in a situation that we have to build almost like two sites? One is for the end user, for the human, and then one for the LLM. Because, you know, if it's really only voice only, there will still probably be an instance where the user would want to see what the LLM is proposing to them, or there might still be a path that the user actually wants to explore rather than going through search. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yes. So first of all, when I say visual styling will become less relevant, it doesn't mean that everyone should stop doing visual styling. Aesthetics are still important for the humans that actually end up on your site. When I say it becomes less relevant, it means that at a certain threshold, when you optimize costs, it is more efficient to optimize for the LLMs than for the humans, depending on what your website is and what the traffic patterns are. So there's a statistical trend towards one thing. That doesn't mean in the individual case much. So in the individual case, you need to look at the traffic patterns, look at the actual use case, and what this is supposed to solve. And it might still be that this is your best bet to do the nicest design and put most of your budget into that. So the statistics don't count for individual cases. You always need to do a case-by-case analysis. Now, what might happen is that you will want to look into things like this emerging standard LLMs.txt, where you have your normal site that is for humans, but alongside you have simplified ways for the LLM to actually get to the same content, where it doesn't need to navigate your Java SPA apps. It can just get a pure representation of the content in one request, and then it's good to go. So yes, probably you will need multiple representations, but ideally you don't need to build them. It's just that whatever system you're using, one output is the visual design for the human, and the other output is an adapted representation of the content for the machines.
Thank you. So I'm so sorry. Due to the time limit, we need to close the Q&A section. But I believe you will find Elaine around in the building, and I believe you will be very happy to talk to you all if you have any questions. Really appreciate that, and thank you again on behalf of the team today and everyone here today, we would like to give you this gift.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ellen, again. Our next section will start at 11. So feel free to get some coffee.
Good. How are you? Yes, I did. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. I wasn't nervous until right now.
So it might take some context from the actual user into consideration. That really depends on what the system is and how the user accessed it. So if that would be like what I talked about predictions, and it would be like pushing the lambda, yeah. You just go into ChatGPT and ask a question. ChatGPT doesn't know what the applications is. And then also the LLM just creates
Germans need to be punctual. That's their job.
And so ChatGPT, for example, will use a specialized version of Bing behind the scenes. So LLM will have a different search engine that it collaborates with, but that was custom built for that LLM. So it depends a bit on how that happens.
Thank you. That's great. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Now a real slide, finally. Okay. Yeah, of course. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, sure.
I reworked my tagging show.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Hi everyone. So just a quick reminder, there are 2 events happening in the building today. So please be aware with your schedule and head to the right room on time. Don't forget to join the game. Submit your bingo card before 2:30 at the registration desk at the first floor. Next, we will have our speaker, James Drew from Canada, the co-founder of Future of Team and technical account manager at WordPress VIP. James started his WordPress journey in 2007 and has since gained years of experience working with various WordPress companies, from agencies to product and hosting companies. He is passionate about creating people-first workplace, and today he will be sharing insights on building high-performing teams without the constant hustle. One fun fact about James is he's a huge K-pop fan. Please join me in welcoming James to the stage.
Uh, 15 years of experience in WordPress, and maybe this is something that's happened to you. I very often work with product teams, and if you're a product manager, I'm putting you on the spot right now, because what often happens is product managers will decide on a feature, and they will say, we're going to build this feature, it's going to be fantastic, I'm so excited about it. They will work with their engineering team for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, however many sprints long it takes to get this really fantastic feature off the ground. And then the day before they're about to release it, or maybe the day they're releasing it, they will go to the marketing team and they will say, oh, by the way, marketing, we're releasing a brand new feature tomorrow. Can you please write a blog post, get a newsletter ready, and some product marketing material for us? Does that sound like something that maybe you've experienced before? Maybe you've been that person who has been sleeping soundly at night, 2 a.m., your phone buzzes, and it's just the message, are you awake? If that's you, you're in the right place. Maybe you're the person who shows up on a Monday morning with a task list you thought was set on Friday, only to discover that it's 3 times longer when you show up on Monday morning. That's you, my friend. You are in the right spot. If you've ever been told our new product is launching next week, only to discover that the product doesn't even exist yet, my friend, you're in the right spot. My name is James Giroux. I've been in WordPress for a while, but as you heard, I'm not from around here. I am from Canada, and I'm going to be talking about workplace culture, workplace experience, and while my lived experience is from North America primarily, some of the things we're going to talk about, I hope will resonate with those of you who have a very different experience. And if there are things that are a little bit, you're like, yeah, you just don't get it, James, that's okay. We'll hopefully get through it, and you can help me figure that out as we go. But there's one very special person that I want to acknowledge who helped me create this, and that's my colleague, D. Teal. D. Teal and I run a podcast called Future of Team Podcast, where we talk about workplace stuff and leadership and what it means to work in WordPress and be remote and do all those kinds of things. And she and I were supposed to present this together. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. But before we go any further, I want to make sure that I acknowledge all of the effort and energy and time she put in to helping me put this talk together. So thank you, Dee. Well, to begin with, why don't we start by just taking a look at why this talk matters. When we talk about performance, we can't ignore the growing mental health crisis in Asia. According to studies, conditions like depression and anxiety could cost our economies billions of dollars. And that's just not the financial cost, it's also obviously about people. 82% of folks in the survey area of Asia that was done have a moderate to high mental health profile. 54% of employees think it could harm their career if their employers ever found out that they're struggling with mental health issues. $11 billion was the 2023 cost of anxiety and mental health productivity in Singapore alone. There's a lot going on. The cost of mental health is projected to be around $6 trillion by 2030. So if you are a leader, if you are a company owner, if you are somebody who works anywhere in the world, mental health has to be something you are considering when it relates to your workers and it relates to the way that you do your work. In particular, I want to spend some time looking at Asia. With a score of 62.4, the Asia Mental Health Index reveals employees in Asia are under significant mental health strain in every location involved in the study. When teams operate under constant pressure, the outcome is really predictable, isn't it? Right? Errors increase, turnovers spike, and performance actually drops. In some Asian markets, companies might be tempted to think, well, you know what? We can always hire more people. If these people that are in these jobs can't do the job, don't worry about it. We'll just let them go. We'll bring in somebody new who's fresh and got energy, and we'll make it work. Don't you think that's a little bit short-sighted? I mean, it ignores the hidden costs, like training new people, losing that knowledge that somebody has brought into the company, and the negative impact that high turnover has on team morale and customer relationships. I work in the enterprise space, and I can tell you when I joined, it was really interesting. We had to work really hard to navigate even just a change in who was going to be the face that our clients or our customers were seeing in their bi-weekly phone calls, right? And if that happens for us when we make some of these very sporadic changes, if your changes are happening much more regularly, that has a huge impact on the relationship and the renewal potential of your key clients and customers. In the WordPress ecosystem, where specialists' skills and domain knowledge matter, the cost of replacing burned out developers, designers, and project managers is actually pretty high. And I think if we want truly high performance in a competitive market like WordPress, we can't rely on a churn and burn approach. We need to build predictable teams that deliver consistently, which I believe is far more cost effective than constantly hiring replacements. 45% of employees say their mental health is having an impact on their productivity. That means half of your team is already probably performing lower than they would be if they weren't burned out. One of the really interesting stats, and I'm going to localize this for you here, is just take a look at where this is most predominant. Malaysia, 62%, and the Philippines, 60%. Malaysians, Filipinos, we feel for you. Are you okay? Hug your neighbor, give him a little pat on the back, say, it's okay, fighting, we're going to get through this. All right? So let's take a look then at what high performance is. Now, you probably know this already, right? What is high performance? You hear this because every employer, every manager, every team talks about this. We're going to become a high-performing workplace. What does that look like? Bali bali, hurry, hurry, right? 996, right? You're going to work forever, right? Omotenashi, hustle culture, right? High performance is do more and do it faster. Does that sound about right to most of you when you hear the term high performance? Ugh. But I want to ask this question. What do leaders really need? Is what leaders need really you doing more faster, harder? Or is there something different? See, I believe that what leaders hate the most is surprises. Have you ever heard that before? As a manager, don't surprise me. I don't want to find out about something that I didn't already know about. It's the worst possible thing for a leader. Leaders love predictability and consistency. They want to be able to know that if they say, hey, we can get this done in 2 sprints, or we can get this done in 4 sprints, that what they commit to, they can deliver on. And if you as a team are stuck holding the bag of that, right? You've got a new product launching next week and it doesn't exist yet, right? Who's going to be working at 2 a.m. in the morning? Who's going to be pulling an all-nighter or an all-weekender to make sure that it gets launched on time? It's not the manager. It's not the leader. It's you, right? See, when a team can do what they say they can do and deliver it over and over and over again, that's magic to an executive trying to plan for a wide variety of things beyond an individual project. The more teams are able to work better together and deliver more complex projects, the faster the organization can move forward. So I want to take a minute here and redefine what high performance is for you, for your teams, for your company, hopefully for WordPress as a whole. You see, I believe a people-first, high-performance culture is one where teams can reliably deliver what they say they will, when they say they will, over and over again. Think about it. If you've got a feature release coming up in 4 weeks, and you know that you've got to do at least a week of QA, you've got at least 2 different milestones that you've got to hit, and you've got to do code, reviews or a whole bunch of just brainstorming to even figure out how you're going to solve this problem, and that's going to take 2 to 3 weeks. You're already hitting that 4-week window with not a lot of time to go. But if your leader comes to you and says, hey, how long is this going to take you? And you say, you know what, I can actually get this done in 6 weeks. If you give us those 2 extra weeks to get this done, we can deliver it for you. A good leader is going to go, okay, I can handle that, right? As long as you do it. And when you do, you build trust, and that leader goes, okay, I know you can deliver a feature in 6 weeks. Awesome. That means the next time we've got a feature to release, probably it's going to take about 6 weeks. And when you do it again and again and again, they're going to other people, they're looking at their forecasts, they're looking at all of the other things that they have to worry about, and they're going, we got this. We can actually predict when we're going to be able to deliver the things that we say we're going to deliver. That's awesome, right? That's what leaders want. They don't want you working at 2 a.m. in the morning, collecting overtime, feeling burned out, feeling stressed. At least I hope they don't. See, the traditional approach is speed and quantity above all. Hustle culture, unrealistic timelines, short-term wins, and lots of pressure from your leader and your manager breathing down your neck. How long is QA going to take? Right? Why have you not got the documentation done? Well, the feature didn't get delivered to us in a final format where we could actually do the documentation until yesterday, and it takes at least 3 days for us to test it and figure out what it even does to make sure that what you told us it was in the brief matches what it's actually going to do in the real world. I mean, then you get support involved. Like, there's just so much to do, right? And we often get surprised by all of that. But in a people-first approach, you get predictable delivery. You get sustainability and consistency, realistic timelines, long-term success. And you get leadership as support. Instead of your leaders breathing down your neck saying, why is this not done? You get leaders on your team saying, hey, what can I do to unblock you so that you have what you need in order to be able to do what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to be able to do it by? It's a totally different ballgame. Lao Tzu says, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Reminds me of this story I heard about the special teams in the US. They have the saying, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And I don't know if that resonates with you, but for me that really resonated because think about it, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It's not about rushing through something. When you rush through something, things break. When you rush through something, you don't get it done exactly the way it should be done. The quality suffers. Mistakes get made. But when you can slow something down and you can do it smoothly, it gets done, and it gets done well. And when you do that, you end up getting further, faster over time, because that smoothness allows you to break through all of those mistakes, and you avoid those, bug crushing parties and all that kind of stuff that you end up having to do, or what we call fast follows, right? Where you do a big release and then you have to hurry for the next couple of weeks afterward to kill all the bugs that you didn't actually see when you released the feature. So now I want to take a step back. We've talked a little bit about the problem, right? Hopefully you can start to see a little bit of the solution, but I can just hear what's going on in your mind. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, but James, yeah. You say that, but you don't know my manager. This does not apply in my situation, does it? Right? Hopefully today, if you are a leader, I'm going to give you some things to think about that you can implement in your workplace that will help to change that culture away from bali, away from hurry, away from 996 to something a little bit more sustainable. And if you're just an everyday individual contributor, you're just one of the workers who shows up, maybe you're the hube, the junior who's the newest member of the team, and all you have to do is show up and grab the coffee for everyone and go to do all the different things that they need to do. Sorry, I've watched way too many K-dramas. If that's you, don't worry. I'm hoping as well that I'm going to give you some tools and some ideas and some thoughts that you can bring to your team to help them adapt and change and grow as well. Okay? Here we go. Number one, if you're a leader, it starts with you. I found this really cool quote from Jack Ma that I want to share with you. Jack Ma, if I can find it. Oh, I won't be able to find it, of course. Let me see here. Jack, what did you say? Jack said that a good boss is better than a good company. Isn't that a great quote? A good boss is better than a good company. I completely agree with that. That often, when we talk in work culture, we say people don't leave companies, they leave bosses, right? That's probably true for most of us. So it starts with you. Leaders are the ones responsible for creating an environment where people-first high performance can thrive. See, if we are willing to accept that a people-first, high-performance culture is one where our teams can deliver what they say they will, when they say they will, over and over again, then our roles as leaders need to shift too. We need to move away from directing to unblocking our teams. A good leader is not telling you what to do, they're asking you what's in your way. The culture we want to create has to start with us. We as leaders need to model the behaviors we want to see in our teams. So if you're the one sending those Slack messages at 2 a.m. saying, "Are you up?" Right? You need to think about that. Your team will probably think that they need to as well. So what you model, they will do as well. So let's take a look at this. Number one, I want you to lean into realistic commitments and clarity. Number one, it's okay to be full. It's okay to have enough work to do, right? Ensuring teams have the bandwidth to meet goals prevents overload and last-minute crises. You need to check in with your team. Are you at capacity? Do you have time to take on something more? No? Okay, that's okay. That means they're full up, right? Open communication culture. Oh, this one is hard. Anybody work in an environment where the boss is always right, even when they're 100% wrong? Anybody ever tried to confront a boss who's 100% wrong? In North America, we do this all the time. It's called being a good employee. What I've learned about Asia, you don't confront the boss, right? The boss is always right, 100% of the time. Always right. Always. Right? And they have to save face too, so you can't even tell them they're wrong to their face. You've got to find alternative pathways to make that happen. So leaders, here's what I want you to consider. And this is going to be hard if you come from a culture where you're supposed to always be right and you're supposed to always have the answers. If there's anything I've learned as a leader, it's that the best thing I can do is be the stupidest person in the room. Okay? If I hire well, if I lead well, the people that are working for me 10 times smarter than me. So how do I create an environment where I let that intelligence, where I let that expertise lead me? I need to be willing to be open to feedback, to ask them where they think things can change or where they think things can happen. So you got to ask for honest feedback. And this is really hard because it's not easy in cultures where that's not normal to get into the habit of it. But I tell you honestly, if you are a leader, this is your job. It's not your employee's job. It's your job as a leader. Ask for the feedback. Hey, what do you think we could be doing differently here? Is there anything you can see on this roadmap that might be a blocker to the path that we've set forward? How do you think we're going to be able to achieve this? Do you have any thoughts? Those types of questions invite and give permission to your team to ask. And it will take time for them to do it. Don't expect them to do it the first time, right? In fact, probably the first few times you ask, they're not going to say anything. You're going to get crickets. And over time, I want you to think about number 3, make it yours. Normalize phrases like, I don't know yet, let me check. I need help. If you as a leader say, hey, you know what? We've got this big project and the scope seems pretty clear, but I really don't know how we're going to be able to do this. I'm stuck. I could really use your help. That sets the tone for your team. And it hopefully creates space for them to ask those questions and do that as well. Offer safe channels for raising concerns about timelines or scope. You might create a channel in Slack where people can anonymously ask things. You can do different things in your environment where you say, hey, you know what? We're going to spend a few minutes in this meeting and we're going to suspend reality here. And instead of it being a situation where I'm the boss and you're the employees, we're all going to be equal in this moment right here. And we're going to share equally. And I want to hear your concerns about what's going on with this project. I want to know if there's any challenges that you see coming up. Create that space and see what happens. Hopefully, it can help your team voice risks or concerns earlier so that when you get to crunch time and the deadline is approaching, no one is surprised about where these blockers are, where the speed bumps are. Oop. Next, design systems for sustainability and scale. Standardize project rhythms. This may seem straightforward to you if you come from an agile workplace or an agile culture, but there are routines, there are rituals, there are things that you can put in place with your team that will actually promote the kind of conversations that should be happening. One of the things I love is this idea of a retrospective. Is anybody familiar with the term retrospective and what that is? So for those of you who don't, basically in an agile work environment, often you have work that will take a certain amount of time, like what we call a sprint. So you might go for 1 week or 2 weeks, and you have certain things you want to deliver by the end of that 2-week sprint. At the end of that sprint, you've now delivered this piece of work. What's the first thing you start to do? You start to think about what's coming next. Well, a retrospective is an intentional period of time where you stop and you pause and you think about the work that you've done. And you celebrate what you've done, but you also think about what you might have been able to do better. Hey, we just did this 2-week sprint. We delivered this feature. How did it go? It's not just about what you delivered, but it's about the process of how you delivered. So you start to implement systems with maybe very specific questions. On a scale of 1 to 3, how was our communication throughout this? 1 being okay, and 3 being the best it's ever been, right? Or maybe 1 is needs work, and 3 is it's the best it's ever been. Hey, you know what? It needs work. What in particular do you think we need to work on when it comes to our communication? Well, by Wednesday of week 1 in this sprint, we knew very clearly that we weren't going to be able to do these 3 parts of the feature that we wanted to release. Okay, but nobody talked to us about it. They just assumed we were going to get it done, and it wasn't until Wednesday of week 2 that it actually came out that we weren't going to be able to meet the deadline. Now I'm stressed, right, as a lead. The team is stressed because they know that this is coming, and they feel that tension, and that's creating that anxiety, that burnout, that sense of dread, right, that something's going to happen, it's going to get caught, and we're all going to get in trouble for this. Or we're going to be working over the weekend so that by the time Monday rolls around and we have to bring it to the higher ups, it's actually done. Right? That's not a great turnout. And if you create a system and a space for that to happen, right, those retros to happen, then you can ask the question, okay, well, what do we need to implement maybe so that this doesn't happen next sprint? And instead of it being something, a bad thing, it becomes an opportunity for growth and for learning. Cross-functional alignment. This is a big one. I used to work in a company where we had 7 or 8 different product teams, all doing different things across a variety of different platforms that we were creating. And I was the only person responsible for communicating to our core customer group about the changes that were coming. And so once a quarter, I would have to get all of these different product managers together, and we would say, okay, tell me your roadmap. What's coming up for this quarter? And when do you think you're going to be releasing, your feature of the month or whatever it is, feature of the quarter? And so we would work together to figure out where those were. And it would become very clear early on, oh, hey, you want to do this on this day, but we want to do this on that day. And there's going to be a conflict. And so we need to figure out who gets priority on resources, on comms people, on communicating to our core customer group, all of those different things. Because if we don't, they're going to get 3 emails on the same day, and all of the things we want them to be doing are going to get completely lost in the noise. Those kinds of things can be avoided if you create space for cross-functional alignment. We don't want one team blindsided by the work of another team. We don't want teams working in silos. A unified roadmap reduces last-minute chaos, fosters a sense of shared ownership across the organization as a whole as well. And finally, transparent knowledge sharing. This is huge. I joined Automatic about 6 months ago, and you want to talk about knowledge sharing. They have an internal system called P2, which is basically like it's like an internal WordPress blog system set up where everybody has their own blog, and all the different teams are always writing like what they're doing, what they're working on, what customers are saying, what new initiatives they've been thinking about. In fact, the last couple of weeks have been a lot of posts about how different teams are using AI in their workflows and how we can get that going. This idea of knowledge sharing and making sure that there's a central place for all of your company knowledge to live is extremely helpful, because I know what's going on. So here's the thing, I work in VIP, but I know what's going on in the marketing roadmap for Woo and Jetpack, and all I have to do is a quick little search of our internal system to get the specific dates things are rolling out. That's huge for a company, right? To have that kind of access to knowledge sharing. So central repositories and clear documentation let both new and experienced team members access project details seamlessly. It's really great. And it's one of the things I love about Automatic is that I can go on my own adventure and find whatever information I need to find about whatever I'm curious about. And I think that it's helped me to get up to speed a lot faster than if I had to hunt down a specific person that I didn't know who lived halfway around the world in a different time zone, try to set up a meeting with them just to figure out that they're not the right person to talk to. Actually, the person I need to talk to is in a different time zone, in a different team across the world, right? And set up a separate meeting with them. No one likes that, right? Cool. Is everybody following along? We're good? Yeah? Awesome. This one for me is probably the biggest one, and I think it's the one that most teams overlook because we're so eager to do the work that we forget to celebrate the work we've done. I think regular retros are huge. They are good, but I don't want you to focus just on how the process went. I want you to also celebrate what you've been able to accomplish. If you are not having little fiestas with your team every time you deliver something great, you need to stop and you need to do that. Buy snacks, right? Celebrate. I don't know. Get on whatever it is, Google Meet, and do the little celebration. Let the little party confetti emojis go crazy. Whatever it is, celebrate your wins. Your team needs it. You need it. And it's a great way to communicate to the rest of the company just how awesome you are. All right? Works for everyone. The other thing you want to do is emphasize actionable lessons. You can maintain harmony in settings, especially where direct criticism is hard to do. If you are working in a space where you cannot directly criticize your boss, right, because you need to save face, right, and you need to protect their image, then this is a great way to do it. A retro is a place where you can ask the question, hey, what are we learning here? Is there something we can maybe do better? And it gives you an opportunity to talk around the person and get to the actual issues that you need to have resolved. And hopefully, if you have a good, strong leader, I know, that's a big ask, but hopefully if you have a leader, they can figure out, oh, maybe if I change my approach here, we can get a better result too. Tracking metrics, data-driven adjustments at all levels. This is a really, really cool one. If you are looking to increase performance in your team, knowing what your estimates of delivery are versus your actual can be really significant in helping you shift the focus on the rush of getting it delivered to the process of delivering. And when you're more focused on the process of delivering, that's where you as leaders get to unblock your team. That's where you get to discover where your problem areas are. That's where you get to see the magic of how things are made actually get going. And it really, for me, is all about this. It's shifting from a culture of fear to a learning mindset. That's what a high-performance culture is really great at. What are we learning in this situation? What are we learning through this process, through this delivery method that we're doing? And what's really cool is that when you get all of these things in place, you get some really cool stuff happening. You get predictable delivery and reduced firefighting. Instead of feeling like you're always rushing to meet a deadline or you're always missing deadlines, you get to actually meet them, right? Client trust grows, team confidence grows. Remember, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. You get higher engagement and retention. Your team is actually not going to be having a nightmare on Sunday night. They're going to be excited to show up on Monday morning because they know you as a leader have their back, your team is in a great place, and they love the work that they're doing. That's, crazy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine actually being excited to go to work on Monday morning? How crazy would that be? Wow. Long-term growth and well-being. By continually improving processes and respecting each person's capacity, you sustain performance without burnout. And over time, this approach, this balanced approach, drives innovation and steady results. When you're not rushing around to figure things out or to patch holes, or you're not worrying about not meeting a deadline, you have space to think about what you could do next, how you can innovate, how you can optimize. And all of those things are really great things for a team that wants to be around for the long term. If you're curious about this kind of stuff, there's a book that I've read that really influenced a lot of my thinking on this. It's called Turn the Ship Around. It is about a submarine captain who gets thrown onto the worst performing submarine in the US fleet. And he has to figure out how to get that team to do the things that they're supposed to do. And it's all about his journey of doing it. So I highly recommend this. And that's it. Any questions?
Now we are open for Q&A. Anyone have questions?
Oh, I wasn't sure we'd actually get a question. This is awesome.
Firstly, thank you very much. That was great. Not so much a question, but more an expansion on the idea of retros, and something that I try to do with my teams is, I think there's a tendency to focus on what went bad exclusively, and people come into those retros with that mindset of this didn't work, which is great. But I think there's a tremendous value in reflecting on what went well and trying to improve that even more.
Absolutely.
And sometimes at a personal level, our ability to change our strengths is much better than some of our weaknesses. So, yeah, that just an expansion because that really resonated with me, what you were talking about.
Thank you for sharing. Appreciate that. There's one here and there's one at the back as well. I saw.
Hi, good morning. My question is, what do you think is the best approach in applying retros for like support in terms of like, because most of the tasks are being given at almost on a daily basis. Like, what do you determine when are you going to do retros for those situations?
So retros work great when you have a team that's working in an agile kind of setting where you have very specific deliverable deadlines, and so that project has a finite start and end. When it comes to an environment like support, where perhaps you don't have that same defined start and end, and it's more sort of like, we just do this every day, it's still important to take time to pause and reflect. You've got CSAT scores, you've got response times that you can look at, you've got goals and KPIs around those types of activities. And so getting your team together to actually share learnings of what's going well. Hey, we noticed that Mr. Jeff's support CSAT score is particularly high this month, and we invited him to come and share a little bit about what he's been doing in order to get his score up that way. And you can create space for some of that shared learning amongst your team. It's still really important. It's just about carving out that space. I understand in support where that ticket queue is always growing and it's not really ever shrinking, right? That's hard to do. But think about your long term. What you want to be able to do is get those first responses to be the only response on a ticket as much as possible. If those repeat, when those tickets come back for a second, third, fourth response, the amount of time per ticket that you're spending is increasing, right? So being able to pause and take time to figure out how to do it better in the long term is going to result in a more performant support team than if you don't take that time to pause and reflect and share those key learnings. So that's how I would be thinking about it and how I would pitch that to my support leads and say, hey, we need to carve out this time to do a little bit of that. I hope that helps. Oh, we did have a question. Do we not have a question?
Yes, we will open for last 2 questions.
Hello. 2 questions.
Yeah, it's me. It's my turn.
Oh, hi.
So, as an employee, I've joined a couple of startup companies, which started as smooth, slow, and fast. But then as we expanded into a bigger team, the slow, smooth, and fast eventually became fast, rugged, and full of many incidents and accidents. So what would you, as an employee myself, how are we, going to give feedback or, approach our leaders to navigate back to the smooth, slow, and fast approach, people first approach, without having them feel defensive about how things drastically change?
Yep. Great question. And it's very normal. I think when you think about how people are wired, you often have people wired to be people sort of oriented, or you have people that are task oriented. And in leadership, the pressure often falls on you to become more task oriented because you are evaluated on how quickly you can get something done, right? That's the traditional way that people are evaluated. You get rewarded for delivering that way. So part of the question I think you need to ask that team is, what are the performance indicators we want to have for our team? What actually is success to our team? Is it our ability to get more done faster? Or are we looking to get a sustainable delivery model in place? And that doesn't mean more tasks. That means the right tasks done, in this order, and delivery growing over time. So I would say that in that situation, what's probably happening is that leadership is rewarding task delivery, right? and that's what's happening. And so that's a conversation maybe for the leadership team to go, okay, we've maybe moved too far into rewarding task delivery and not enough on making sure that the system of delivery is actually sustainable. Because, and so let's maybe readjust that. We're going to now change the KPI from the number of tasks done to how few interruptions to our timeline we had, right? Or we're going to reward teams that deliver what they say they're going to deliver when they say they're going to deliver it. So that's not about the number of tasks, that's about doing what they promise they're going to do, right? And then the lead starts to take away tasks, right? Because they just want that's the only thing that matters, is getting that one thing done. One more question, I think, somewhere.
Yes, from me.
Hello.
Hello, James. Thank you very much for that great presentation. It was really amazing. I loved it a lot. And yeah, I work also in a remote company side, and we do have enterprise clients, you know us already, right? So also about knowledge sharing, you shared there something very important. It's so important to share knowledge, and especially also for our developer team. So they are working on different kind of projects for different clients. Is there any great approach you can recommend us? Like, instead of just a blog article, is there something else you have great experience with at Automatic and WordPress VIP?
For knowledge sharing.
For knowledge sharing, especially for the developers, yeah. Working on different projects. Being remote 100%.
What developer loves documentation? Are there any developers here that love documentation? I've got one hand. We've got a couple hands. So that should tell you right now that in a room full of developers, there's two that like documentation. So I get it. It's hard to do that. I would say that you just have to start. Like we have P2, and it's the discipline of making sure that if a conversation is happening in Slack where it's going to get lost over time, that somebody in leadership or somebody on that team is proactively saying, hey, this cannot stay in Slack because this is an evergreen decision or this is an evergreen thing. We need to move it into either a wiki or, if you're using Jira or Atlassian's setup, or if you're using, we use P2, whatever your system is. It could even be Google Docs, right? Like whatever the centralized repo of your knowledge is, you need to figure out the discipline of getting it into there. And I would be looking as a team going, what are the blockers to my team actually accessing and using the documentation that I'm creating? Because that's the other side of it. If you're just creating it and nobody's ever using it, then that's a failure of the system to actually do what it's supposed to do. And so you've got to figure out how to get not just the writing done, but the team discipline of using it and leveraging it, and whatever that looks like. So I would say, incentivize, right? Put in rewards. Hey, by the way, this month, the person who writes the most number of posts in our centralized info system is going to get $100 gift card to Amazon or whatever it might be, right?
Nice
that
idea.
can be a way to encourage that. And then, encourage your team as well in your retros and those reward times. Say, hey, I just want to call out so-and-so from the developer team who actually took the time to document this new feature that we're releasing. And that was really impactful because it helped our support team create the customer-facing documentation that we needed. We were able to inform our customers about this change in a really impactful way through our product marketing and our newsletters. And you know what? Because they did all that work of documenting it, the time it took us to get that launch out the door was half what it normally is if we have to go hunting for that information ourselves. That's a huge win for the company, and we just want to honor that and celebrate that. So thank you, developer Young, for doing all that work, right? I mean, how incredible is that? It just feels so great to hear that. So just those little kinds of things, I think, can go a long way in encouraging that kind of knowledge sharing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, James. So this section will end by now due to the time limit. I believe James will be very happy to be around if you have any questions or any topics you want to talk with him. On behalf of the team and everyone here today, we would like you to have this gift bag.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Oh, it's so nice. Thank you. Oh, photo? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. You can find me on social here. I'm on Blue Sky. You can find my Gravatar. It's got my links to everything. Add me on LinkedIn, wherever you want. Love to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you. So next section will start from 1 p.m. Kind reminder again, please remember to get the sticker by the door behind. And remember to submit your bingo card before 2:30 at the first floor, registration desk. Thank you.
I was wondering, how would you manage the scene if the stressors are outside the team?
Yes, with pleasure. Hi. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. You guys are a great team. So I won't be here. I finished the morning section, and then I will move to do the closing. So yeah, we'll have, I think, other MC around in the afternoon.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Could
Let
we
me
take a picture?
Yeah, of course,
Sure.
of course. Oh, thank you so much.
And let's move to the...
Thank you so much.
Thank
you so
you.
much.
See you around.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. Alright. Thank you po.
gain the ultimate knowledge.
check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check T. Check T. One. One C. Check one C. A. Check T. Check, check. Hey, hey, hey. Check T. Check T. One. Hey, check T. One C. T. Hey, check. Shakti. Shakti. Check. Check. Shakti. One. Shakti. Shakti. Check. Shakti. Check. Check. Check T. Hey. T. T. Check T. Check T. Check T.
mind if I run that down through my shirt instead? Testing, testing. Hey, hey, that seems to work. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, hello. This is probably okay. All right. Welcome, everyone. Let's start gathering inside. We have a really exciting talk coming up. I'll share a few details. Important announcement in the meantime, don't forget to submit your bingo cards at the registration by 2:30. It's time sensitive because it's already 1 p.m., so you have about an hour and a half. Don't worry, there's time right after the session. You can run downstairs. We'll give you at least 20 minutes before the next talk. All right, awesome. There's plenty of seats, including on the left side of the meeting room, so don't hesitate to come a bit closer. We're not gonna bite, not intentionally at least. I've been wearing braces for quite a while, and kind of they give you these plastic things to put on the top and bottom, and it's like becomes really hard to bite or chew anything. Thankfully, I only had to wear them while sleeping, but first night was crazy. A little bit off topic, yeah, I know, but we'll get started in a minute. There's a few people more at the entrance. Yeah, don't be shy, come in. We're waiting for you. take your seats. All right, because we don't want to be long. I have a cool kind of session coming up. We're going to be hearing from someone who's helped shape WordPress for over 15 years. Honestly, looking into the background of every one of the speakers was quite humbling. And here's like a cool thing: if you've ever used WordPress, you've probably benefited from his work. Aaron Campbell started by fixing one small problem in WordPress back in 2007 and hasn't stopped contributing since. Today he's the director of product at A2 Hosting, and he'll be talking to us about the future, why the open web matters. At the time when big tech companies are building more closed and restricted systems out there, and I'm sure you're all aware of that, Aaron will show us why keeping the web open and accessible matters for everyone. Not just the developers. I know I'm not a developer, but it's also the same. But for all of us out there who use the web, please join me in a warm welcome having Aaron Campbell on stage.
Thank you. So I have always been fascinated by the future, by the possibilities, what might be. Even as a little kid, I remember that I was constantly imagining what the future might be like in 10, 20, 30 years. What kinds of things would we have? Would we have those flying cars that we had all hoped for, or the computers on our wrist, or what were the technologies that I was going to get to enjoy throughout my life? Because my life was going to exist in that future. That's part of why it was so exciting and a thing that I thought about so often. And I think that that's also a big part of why I really enjoyed school. And I know that that might be controversial, but that was me. I was one of those kids that enjoyed school because I could see how every one of these subjects that I was learning, or at least most of them, were going to help me have a better future, help me have the kind of future that I wanted. Math, science, grammar, all clearly going to be useful, not only in helping me have a better future, but in helping me make the future that I wanted to have. With one exception: history. I did not see the point of history. Why did I need to learn about all this stuff that had already happened? Why did that matter? How was that going to be pertinent to me? Did not care for it. And I remember very distinctly being 12 years old, first going into middle school, which was my first time having different teachers for every subject, which meant that there was going to be a teacher dedicated to just teaching me this useless thing. But it gave me the opportunity to ask them. They should know, what is the purpose? Why do I need to learn this? And I very blatantly asked on my very first day of class with Mr. H, my history teacher, why? What does this matter? And for the next couple weeks, we went back and forth, him trying to explain to me why it was important, me never liking the answers that he gave. And ultimately, it felt like he kept coming back to this idea that if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Many of us have heard that. I thought that was a terrible reason to learn history, because he and I both agreed that you could learn all about history and still repeat it. And it seemed so focused on avoiding the bad. And what I wanted to do is create the good, the cool, the amazing in the future. And so we agreed to disagree. I made it through his class with good grades and everything, but I learned nothing. I wasn't interested. I learned nothing. It was just memorize, regurgitate, forget, move on. And I wish that I hadn't. I wish that I'd learned a lot more there, because sometime as I became a young adult, I began to realize just how valuable history was to helping me have the kind of future that I wanted. It gave me the data points that I needed to understand the present and the direction that things are going, so that I could make better decisions, take better actions to affect the kind of future that I wanted. And so this kid that hated history class all growing up wants to take us on a quick history lesson of the internet before we talk about the present of the internet so that we all know what we're actually talking about. So I'm about to embrace my inner history teacher. 1991, quick jump back, 34 years, right? This is not that long ago. But 1991 is an important year to everyone here, whether you realize it or not, because that is the year that the internet, sort of as we know it, came to be. The commercial internet exchange was working to take all these siloed networks of information, these vast wealths of information that existed at places like universities and governmental agencies. They wanted to interconnect those networks and form the internet. And they succeeded in doing that. But the controversial thing around what they were doing at the time is that they wanted everyone that connected to this interconnected network to agree to a no settlement policy, which essentially meant that it would ensure that data and information flowed back and forth between those networks once they were connected. They wanted to make sure that these silos of information that were siloed physically because they weren't connected to other places didn't become digital silos that still locked away all their information and kept it to themselves. And so from the very beginning, the internet's purpose was to share around information. And at that same time, 89, 90, 91, Tim Berners-Lee in association with CERN was developing a lot of the stuff that we use to interact with the network, things that we're probably familiar with, like the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, and Hypertext Markup Language, or HTML, and they developed the first ever web browser, released it in 1991, and the internet was born, and it looked something like this. Not as flashy or as pretty as maybe we expect today, but we can all see our roots here, right? Like this was the start. And the important thing that I want everybody to take away from this quick kind of history on the beginning of the internet is not necessarily the people that made it happen, although I'm grateful to them because I've built my life and my livelihood on things that they built. And it's not even the specific technologies, although we can see that we're still using some of them today. It's really how open the internet was at its very beginning. The no settlement policy meant that information was flowing freely between all these networks. Things like HTTP and HTML, these were open standards. So while maybe Tim Berners-Lee and CERN were the first ones to have a web browser, anyone could implement those standards and make their own web browser or their own way of experiencing or accessing this information. And I think that that is a key data point in understanding how things have changed over the last 34 years. But before we leave 1991, that was also a very pivotal year in my life that very much set the direction that put me on the path to stand on this stage and talk to you about the open web. I was only 9 years old, and so it may sound unbelievable that like the direction of my life was set at 9 years old, but it's okay. 9-year-old me wouldn't have believed it either. I certainly didn't realize it was happening. If we could travel back to 91 and talk to 9-year-old me, I would probably just talk your ear off about this, the Super Nintendo, right? It was amazing. First of all, so much better than the original Nintendo. I mean, the gameplay was so smooth, the graphics, I mean, look at this, right? Like, so much better than the graphics of the original Nintendo. And I spent a lot of time, 9 years old, playing video games and Super Nintendo games specifically. It wasn't a Super Nintendo video game that set the direction of my life, but it was a video game. It was this one. All right, lots of you recognize the Super Nintendo, but who recognizes this? Not so many old people here, clearly. That's actually kind of great. But this is a game called Gorillas. It was distributed in 1991 with MS-DOS 5. And as you can see, the graphics were pretty terrible. But the gameplay, no, that was also terrible. But I spent a lot of time playing this game as a kid. Why would I have played this game so much when I had all the amazingness that was the Super Nintendo? Well, because of this. See, this game wasn't distributed by Microsoft to show off the amazing gameplay capabilities or graphics capabilities of PCs. It was distributed to show off QBasic, their integrated development environment for the BASIC programming language. And so it was distributed as source code. And this was my first taste of openness in technology. I was obviously into technology. I knew that that was going to be a part of the future, but this was my first kind of peek under the hood that I was able to get at how this was made and realizing that I could be a part of making it. And I was amazed every time. The way you would run this game, by the way, you would open QBasic, you would load the source code file, so you would see all this text, and then you'd hit Shift F5 to compile and run, and you'd play the game. And I was amazed that all this text could turn into that game, as mediocre as it was. And I would scroll down through that text, and soon that amazement turned into curiosity. What would happen, and could I make changes? Could I make it better? I'd make some changes, Shift F5, and it wouldn't work because I didn't know what I was doing. But slowly, I learned from it, and I was able to make minor changes and then bigger changes. And eventually, I actually had several versions of this game that I had built that were kind of pretty significantly different from the original that my friends and I would play. And that was neat to me. I loved that. And that is what set me down the path of becoming a developer, of getting into technology myself. And the important part of this story, though, is not, I could not have written this game by myself at age 9. I wasn't like some amazing genius, and I didn't know the coding language. And it wasn't easy to learn them at that time, by the way. In 1991, you couldn't just Google how to develop in BASIC, because Google didn't come out till 98, and you couldn't watch YouTube videos to learn it because that didn't come out till 2004, right? The way that I was able to learn this was by taking something that someone else had done, these Microsoft engineers that wrote this game, and put it out there in the open where I could see it, so I could learn from it and build on top of it. And that basic concept is really how we as people kind of move forward, make progress, get further than anybody before us has ever gotten. And that concept clearly isn't just mine. It dates back to at least the 12th century. I did say that I like history now, right? It dates back to at least the 12th century, where Bernard of Chartres, philosopher and teacher, is quoted as telling his students that we, the moderns, we're not better or smarter than the ancients. We're just like dwarves standing on their shoulders, so we can see further and do more. And if you've heard that saying but have no idea who this is, it's probably because a very famous scientist said it again 500 years later in a letter. Isaac Newton said, "If I've seen further, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants." And I promise this ties into the internet in a very direct way. We look back at Isaac Newton, we maybe think of him more like a giant. He gave us some really amazing things, Newtonian physics that let us know how planets move, and calculus that helps us make sure that skyscrapers stay standing and jet engines fly, right? Like modern stuff that he did many, many years ago. But what he said is, I was not a giant. I was just able to stand on those that came before me. I was able to learn from them. And every time throughout history that we've gotten better at sharing information, we've made leaps forward in progress, because the better we are at sharing information, the more of that we can absorb from the people that came before us, and therefore the better our starting place is to build from. When we first got written language, leap forward. When we started writing on paper and we're able to bring all that into libraries to go to and learn from, leap forward. The printing press, so we were able to distribute all that written work, leaps forward. And that was the time that Isaac Newton was born into, but we've done better since then. We've digitized all that information so it's easier to find. We put it into computers and shrunk those down from rooms until they could fit on our desk, until they could fit in our pockets, and we developed the internet, which lets us distribute all that digital information, much like the printing press let us distribute the printed information, except even further and faster around the world in the blink of an eye. You can learn something here today that somebody figured out in Canada 2 hours ago. Like, it is available here now. And that's mind-boggling, right? The information is the single most the internet is the single most effective information sharing tool of all time. And sharing information is how we make progress forward as people. It is accomplishing the task that the commercial internet exchange set out to accomplish. And that's important. I know that lots of us see the internet as a fun place, and lots of us see the internet as a place that supports our livelihoods. And I think having fun is important. I certainly think that our livelihoods are important. But there's an even bigger purpose that the internet is serving, and that's helping us make progress forward. And so now we understand where we started. We understand the importance of the internet, hopefully. Where are we now? Well, good news for all of us here, the internet is growing significantly. This is not a graph, by the way, of the size of the internet. This is not like number of web pages or domains. This is global reach of the internet. Percentage of the global population that has access to this amazing tool. And as you can see, back in 2015, just 10 years ago, roughly 40% of the population. Just 2 years ago in 2023, 67%, up 27% in just 8 years. That's phenomenal. And so when you think about this, and you think about how great the internet is, how much it has improved many of our lives, how useful it is to people moving forward, I would say that right now, the state of the internet is very strong. Looking at the growth pattern and the way that more and more people are able to access it than ever before, the future's pretty bright, right? I think that we should all be a little excited about that. Like, that's great. But also, I do think that there are some dangers, some things that put this amazing tool at risk. And I think that if I only talked about the good, if I only talked about how amazing everything was, I would feel irresponsible. So I want to at least take some time to talk about what I see is the biggest risk that the internet faces right now, and that is closed systems. And what I mean by closed systems are any of these systems, tools, platforms, etc., that we use, that we maybe even rely on, that are owned by other people or companies, and that can lock us in. Yes, that's things like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, but it's also things like Google, right? That's a thing that we use, we all rely on, but that's owned by someone else, and we don't know exactly how it works. We couldn't just shift away from it very easily. I want to be clear that just because something is closed doesn't make it bad. Like, all of these things are great. I use most of those that I listed, and I think that they improve my life. They make things better for me, and that's great. But because they're owned by someone else, they introduce some sort of risk, right? What happens if the owner of that tool or platform that you use or rely on, what if their goals or needs diverge from your goals or needs? Well, they're going to do what's best for them. That's expected. That's understood. But where does that leave you? Have you taken the time to think about that? And I think that for many of us, we sort of recognize that risk, right? We're here every day, we're working on it. We sort of recognize that risk, but I think it's real easy for us to play up the benefits of all these closed platforms and play down the risks a little bit because we're so close to it, right? We're in it all day, every day. We feel like we understand it, and we've kind of normalized to it a little bit. Even though if we look back 34 years to the beginning of the internet, it's a pretty big change, but we've normalized to it some. So I want to take a step back from where we all spend our time in the internet and look at a different industry that's pretty different from ours, but that it has followed the same kind of arc, but further on than the internet has, and take a look at how that affected them and see if that might map to how it would affect us. I want to talk about farming, and specifically the tractors on these farms, and how over time some closed platforms got introduced into tractors that run farms, and how that has caused farmers to actually need to hack their tractors in order to protect their livelihood. And I am not going to go into the entire history of farming, although it is fascinating. But I think that all that matters to us is that, like, a long time ago, we were pretty terrible at farming, and we got better at it over time, and we developed better tools over time. And, you know, sometime in the Industrial Revolution, we got tractors, and that was great. Farmers' lives improved, right? Life was easier for them. It was better. Quality of life improvement and efficiency improvement, right? They were able to do more so fewer people had to farm. Some of us could do other things. That's all great. And then we move forward even more to the technological revolution, and these tractors got so much better, much the way that our cars have. The inside of these tractors looks like this. Computer screens everywhere, right? It's amazing. And also, quick note, where this picture is taken inside the cab of this tractor, air conditioned. The farmer gets to sit on an air ride seat that makes it nice and comfortable, right? Their lives are so much better because of this, and that's great. Our tools should make our lives better. Now imagine that we're one of these farmers that gets this tractor. We're super excited, especially because our farm is growing. We want to be able to do more, and the only way to really manage a modern farm is with some of this modern technology. So we get one of these, we get in it, we tap one of these screens, it comes to life for the first time. We see a bunch of mumbo jumbo. We agree to a bunch of terms and conditions, the same kind of thing that we do when we get a new phone, right? Blah, 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 blah. To the phone, to the exciting part. We see the control panel. It's got a nice green start button. We tap that and the tractor rumbles to life, and that's so exciting. We drive it out to our field, and we pull up maps on one of these screens, and we tap around like the corners of our field, and it locks in GPS coordinates for where your field is, so now it knows. The tractor's smart. It now knows where your field is. And you tell it, I need to level my field. I'm going to be planting soon. I need to level my field. Go. And it just starts doing it. You are riding in the tractor rather than driving the tractor in air conditioning on an air ride seat as it maneuvers its way around your field, automatically adjusting the height and pitch of the blade to level your field for you. That is a way better quality of life than farmers had at one time, right? That's amazing. Of course we're excited about these amazing tools that are making our lives better. And it's not just that it was more comfortable or faster, and the field is more level than it ever was. And that's not just like bragging rights, my field's more level than yours, that's more profit. Because with a perfectly level field, when you irrigate it, when you flood it with water, every plant gets the same amount of water. You don't have some that got underwatered and some that got overwatered. And so you can control the right amount of water for all your plants to get the optimal yield. You are more profitable now. That's great. And that's the kind of time that we are on the internet right now, where we have all these closed tools, these things that we've clicked through those terms and conditions that are owned by someone else, but they're making our lives better. And that's great. But that's not where the arc ends for these farmers and these tractors. At some point, tractor breaks down. Well, according to those terms and conditions, you have to take it to an authorized service center. You used to be able to just fix it yourself, but now you have to take it to an authorized service center. So you do. And boy, the price is a lot higher to get it fixed there. But it makes your life better, You make more money with it. Okay, you'll pay the higher price. It doesn't feel good, but you do it. And then eventually, a tractor breaks down at a really inopportune time. You are just getting ready to harvest, and your tractor won't work. So you take it to Authorized Service Center, and not only does the price hit you kind of hard, but they say that they can fix it in 2 weeks. And you say, 2 weeks? No, it's harvest time now. If I wait 2 weeks, my crop dies and I go bankrupt. That doesn't work for me. But there's no alternative. There's no other Authorized Service Center. So, of course, you're not just going to go bankrupt easy. You're going to break the rules. You're going to go fix the tractor yourself. So you take the tractor back home, and let's imagine it's something super simple. A tire pressure sensor. It thinks your tire's flat, and it's not. No big deal. You have those on other tractors. You're going to take it off one. Or your buddy down the street, they have one on one of their tractors. You're going to take it off and put it on yours. And you do, because you're capable. You're going to figure it out yourself. And then you put this working part on your tractor, and you go to harvest. You get in, you tap the screen, and it comes up with a big red error that says, hey, the serial number on this part doesn't match the one that I'm programmed with. You're not allowed to use this. Take it to an Authorized Service Center. That's not going to work for you. So you realize you need to trick it into accepting this new part. What a hassle, right? So you figure out how to connect to the system, but you don't know how to break in. So you and your consortium of farmers hire a group of hackers. This is what really happened. If you want to go read about this story, it is absolutely fascinating. But a farming consortium hires a group of hackers to crack the operating system of tractors so that they could fix it themselves, because these tools, they had been improving their lives so much, were now imperiling their livelihoods, and they couldn't have that. And there was a time where farmers were distributing cracked versions of tractor operating systems so that they could continue to make money and not go broke. And that's because they did not have viable alternatives that they could use instead of these closed platforms. The older tractors that didn't have these terms and conditions could not run a modern farm. They were stuck. We're not there on the internet right now. And that's great. All of these things that we're using, these Facebooks, Twitters, Instagrams, etc., there are open alternatives that we could turn to if we want to. If it actually put our business and our livelihood at risk, if we were at risk of going bankrupt, we could change. But there was no WordPress tractor that was open source that they could turn to, so they were stuck. And we don't want to get to that part of the arc in our story, right? So now we've looked at the start of the internet, we've looked at why it's important, and we've looked at another industry that went along this arc. Now let's start talking about where we are and what's immediately ahead. What do we know about the future of the internet? We can't for sure know anything about the future, but with all the information that we've just talked about, we can get a pretty good understanding of where we're going. First, the internet's growing. We looked at that graph, right? It's growing in reach, and it's going to continue to grow. We're seeing that growth just accelerate, and that's fantastic, because the internet is an amazing tool that has benefited my life so much, and I hope that more and more people get to benefit from it as well. It is changing. I mean, we saw the screenshot of the internet in '91. Doesn't look like that anymore. But at its core, it is still very much the same. It is still an amazing information sharing tool that we also use for a whole lot of other really fun and interesting things. And in that way, it has continued to be a very stable and growing backbone for all kinds of technologies, right? So many apps that we don't necessarily think, like they're not web browsers, just apps that are using the internet in the background. And we're all in tech, so we recognize this a lot more at this conference than people maybe do at others. All the social media platforms, those are all using the internet in the background, but so are maps and our weather app, right? All of these things are using the internet in the background. Heck, my washing machine at home, I just got a new washer, it uses the internet. And I'm not even 100% sure why, but it does, right? It's in everything. And because of that, our lives have become very intertwined with the internet. I don't necessarily think that's bad because it has improved things for so many of us. I think that my life is better because of it, and I think that many of yours are too. But will it be less open? I mean, if we look at where we started 34 years ago and where we are, the trend line says yes, it will be less open. More and more people will only experience the internet through these closed systems and these closed platforms. More and more people will find themselves locked into things that are maybe not the best for them, but they have no alternative, no way to move to something else. But I put the question marks by this one because I think that we can help prevent some of that. Because the internet itself is not the future. Like, we have that right now. I think that the reason that I wanted to make sure to point this out is because all of us here, we're making and creating the internet. You all are helping make this thing. And so it's up to us where it goes from here. It's up to us whether we keep these alternatives around, these viable alternatives, so that we aren't locked into something that we don't want to be. Because the internet definitely sets us up for a better future, right? Imagine the possibilities as it continues to grow and reach. More and more people are able to access it, and so all of us are able to share information in an even broader, bigger way, collaborate with more and more people than we ever had before, learn from more and more people, but also market to more and more people, learn how to create our, more business opportunities for more and more people. This is an amazing potential future. If those of us here that are helping to build and create this thing ensure that it stays that way, right? That's on us. And I want to see this not only stay around for us so that we can all benefit from it, but for future generations too. So what can we do? Quick few suggestions here at the end before I take some questions. First and foremost, we can be aware of what's going on, right? I think that that's why I want to do talks like this and make sure that we're all thinking about this. I hope that you all spend some time thinking about it more than just listening to me up on this stage, but taking some time to think about, hey, what am I using? What are my risks? Do I have a way to move to something else? Or am I finding myself stuck like one of these farmers and that could be bad for me in the future? Can I start getting into a better, healthier place now? Spread the word. Everyone here is not just building the internet. You all are the internet expert to someone. Every one of you has people that look at you and say, that's my internet expert. They know all about it. Which means that this group can not only help make sure that what you're doing is good for the internet, but you can make sure that you're helping guide clients, friends, family into things that don't lock them in or risk their future as well. And to do that, we use open platforms. Obviously, I'm at a WordPress conference, so I'm speaking to the choir a little bit here because you all use WordPress, and I think that WordPress is an extremely amazing, viable alternative to many of the closed source platforms on the web. That is the thing that has kept me contributing to this project for more than 18 years now, because I think that that's important, that's exciting. And some of us can contribute to the project. Some of us are just using it to ensure that the companies we're building websites for are not locked in anywhere, that they can continue to own and run their systems the way that they want to. And all of that is amazing. All of that helps keep WordPress and other open source solutions as a counterbalance to those closed things, because closed isn't bad. It just has that risk, and as long as there's the counterbalance to balance that out, we can benefit from all these closed tools, but not be completely beholden to them in a way that risks our income or our future. And lastly, vote with your money, right? Support the people and the platforms and the companies that are supporting the open web, because that's how we ensure our future there. So I'm Aaron Campbell, Director of Product at A2 Hosting, one of those hosting companies that believes in the open web and is currently supporting it. And I think that I have time for some questions if anybody has any. Do we have a mic runner for the questions? Or? Yes, we do. Fantastic. So if you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you.
Thanks, Aaron. Do you have a perspective on how we should think of openness as it comes to like the spectrum of openness in AI, from trained model artifacts through training weights through full training data sets, and what that looks like going into the future with AI? And then kind of like a follow-on to that is, then even in a scenario where all of that is open, we run into like cost prohibitive issues where even having all of that, I couldn't run those models myself because, or at least I couldn't train them myself because it costs millions of dollars.
Yeah, AI is an all-new, interesting thing that I think that we're all figuring out together still a little bit, both how to use it, where its risks and benefits are. So I want to be super clear that I am not 100% sure, but I can offer my opinion some on this. And I think that anything that I see, AI is one of these, that feels like a complete black box that I would be completely beholden to. You know, someone else trains the model, and if I couldn't do that myself, what happens when they refuse to update it for me anymore? Or what happens when, you know, I realize some massive flaw and I can no longer use it, but I also can't move to something else? And so I think that there are tons of benefits to get from AI. And so I'm enjoying playing with those and seeing what those things are and testing out some of the benefits. But I'm doing it with a very wary eye to, like, where is the risk if something here fails? And so while I'm now using AI to do all kinds of things like help me summarize long calls and help me create some fun new things, what I'm not using it for is anything that I'm completely reliant on for my income or my livelihood. Everybody's balance for that risk is going to be different, though, right? So I'm not saying that you can't, but that's where I am with it. I hope that we see more models coming out that we are able to train that take a little less resources. We're seeing models now that are training models off of other existing data set, AI data sets. So the cost in processing power and in dollars comes down dramatically for creating those models. And so I hope that we continue to see that trend where it gets into a space where maybe we could own our own AI in a way that allows us to really rely on it without worrying.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, we got one right up front. I can repeat it if I need to.
Well, one of the challenges when it comes to open web is how do you balance innovation vis-a-vis privacy and security?
So one of the challenges with the open web is how do you balance innovation with privacy and security? I'm not sure that that's even just a challenge of the open web so much as just almost everything that we do in technology, but it's certainly a thing that I think that because we're building a lot of the open things, because those of us here are using things like WordPress to build a lot of the stuff that we're building, we're more aware of it. But even a lot of these closed platforms have this, right? How do we innovate versus protect people's privacy and security? And for most of them, for most of the closed source platforms, they've moved heavily towards innovation and a lot less towards privacy and security. And I think that most of us would prefer a slightly different balance there. And again, this is going to be, it's probably a word that I may use a lot answering these questions. There is a right balance, and that right balance is not the same for everybody. It may not even be the same for every project that you work on. As someone who's particularly passionate about like digital security, I ran the WordPress security team for 2.5 years. It's a thing that I think really matters. I think that building with that in mind, having that in mind as you innovate, puts you in a significantly better position to find that right balance. If you just innovate first and say, I will figure out the security and privacy next, you will never be able to find the security and privacy balance for that. Anybody else? Oh, we got one right here.
What's your opinion about some of the tech giants that were laying off some old or including highly skilled developers and some old employers as well, which involve in technologies, especially the way the open web is currently configured against AI?
Yeah, I mean, tech giants and layoffs is always a struggle, right? But I think that this is a struggle in many industries. I do think that we all notice it more in our industry because it's like our friends or people who have similar jobs to us being laid off, and that's scary or upsetting. But as much as there have been these significant layoffs in some of these bigger companies, and yes, many extremely skilled workers, there's also a lot of hiring happening at a lot of other companies. There's a lot of innovation happening, new companies that are starting up, and we're seeing a lot of those people find places at these other growing companies. Some of these big companies, they staff up because they need it. They're developing something new. They're creating something new. But then maintaining that thing is not as intensive. And so we see these ups and downs. And it's frustrating and it's scary. But our industry isn't shrinking. It's just that some of these companies and these people are shifting around. And so I think that that's the important thing to remember. Do I agree with every one of the layoffs? Do I think that some of them maybe should have kept some of the people? Of course I don't agree with them all. Of course I think that some of those people should have been kept. But also, as a whole, there are still a ton of amazing tech jobs available. And our industry is growing and thriving. And so I think that that's the important thing to try to focus on. I'm a bit of an optimist there. Time for one more question. Who wants the last question? Or are y'all going to let me off easy? All right. Well, thank you all for having me. I really appreciated it.
If I can have the mic just for a sec.
Oh.
Let me just say, for someone who didn't like history growing up, you sure took us on a journey.
I dove in
my
deep
God.
once I did grow up. Yeah.
Man, I almost teared up at some point. Like, you reminded me of my reason for joining the internet and being part of this community. And openness, I realize now, played such an important part of this. So thank you so much for sharing everything with us.
Absolutely.
A small gift on behalf of the WordCamp Asia team.
Thank you.
With all of our love. Give him a warm welcome, everyone. Yep.
I think they want to.
Oh, yeah. With me? Oh.
Yeah, why not?
Thank you all. Give him a warm applause. Thank you, Aaron.
If anybody does have more questions you didn't want to ask out loud, I'll be right out here.
1, 2. Good.
Ready to go on stage. So like that's the kind of energy we like, especially for a demo session. So if you've ever wondered what's happening with the WordPress block editor, our next speaker is probably the first one to know about it. Since 2009, Birgit Polyhack has been deeply involved with WordPress, and today she's the publisher of Gutenberg Times, where she keeps the community up to date with everything block editor related and beyond. You might know her voice from the Gutenberg Changelog podcast or have seen her hosting live Q&As on YouTube. Today, she'll be walking us through creating a demo with Playground in a super practical session. She'll show us how to create instant demos of our WordPress themes and plugins without worrying about security or servers. If you've ever needed to show off your work to clients, well, this is a session you don't want to miss. Please give a warm welcome to Birgit Polyhack.
Thank you so much, Bill. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Playground. Who has used Playground? Oh, a lot of people. What's the one word that you associate with Playground? I associate magic with it because it's so revolutionary that, yeah, it's never been done before that you can do something like WordPress in just the browser. So I know that there will be a few people coming in, and when you're in the back, you probably you only see half of my slides. So I put a QR code here so you can, if you want to follow along on your mobile, if you can see the slides. I don't know if you can read them on mobile, but yeah, technology. I'm also on bph.social. That's kind of one of those Gravatar domain names that you can get and set up for your little Gravatar site. And if you don't have a QR code, we can do, I have a bit.ly link on the Playground-WC Asia, where you can also follow along. All right. So what's on the program for today? What is WordPress Playground? Why use WordPress Playground? Then I have several examples, I think 4. And then we have what are blueprints? That's the main topic for today. What are blueprints? What can you do with blueprints? I have also a few examples. And then I walk you through one blueprint to add a dashboard widget and demo content with featured images. And I tell you all about Blueprints Gallery and some resources where you can learn, because what I give you is just a spark of things in 30 minutes. And then there's we have time for Q&A, I hope. If not, I'll hang around, around for questions. So what is WordPress WordPress Playground? It's not WordPress Blueprint, it's WordPress Playground. Apart from magic, it's a tool that lets you run a WordPress instance directly in your web browser. So you have no server to deal with. You don't have to deal with databases. And it's incredibly convenient for a variety of tasks. So that's why it's so revolutionary. You don't have to fiddle with all the things. You can just go and use WordPress. That's the interface, how it looks like. I'm not sure if we can go out and look at it a bit, but you have this, if it's not in full view of the website, you have a 3-pane window, and on the left-hand side, and it's of course also a little small here. There's a link to Blueprints Gallery there. There's a Blueprints to preview WordPress PRs. There's also a menu to do WordPress Gutenberg PRs that you only have to put in the PR number. And then the most important link is for the documentation of Blueprints or Playground. And then in the middle you have the setting for the current site. You can select which WordPress version. You can select with what PHP version you want to use. So you could pretty much set up multiple playgrounds with different versions for different things for testing. which language you want WordPress to show you, and then there's a little check mark that here it says allow network access. Sometimes people forget that it's there, and then they worry that they cannot install themes or plugins. So if you want to use Playground and install additional themes and plugins, make sure that you click on allow network access so it can go out and grab the stuff from the WordPress.org repository. And then on the right-hand side, you see the website. So why use WordPress Playground? So it's for simplified testing. You can test plugins and theme in different environments without affecting your live site. You say, okay, you heard about a theme that might be good and it's in the WordPress repository. Then you can do, the link to Playground is always playground.wordpress.net. And then if you have a theme from the repository, you do question mark, theme equals, and then the slug of the site. So if I click on this first link here, Internet Gods, yay, very fast now. And then this is the Playground with the theme installed. And then you can here kind of go to your dashboard and do things. Yeah, you can also go here, and then you see the 3-pane window. And here I can make it a little bit bigger. So you see the, mobile version. You see the mobile version. You see the little links here on the left-hand side, that are interesting. So the same is true for plugins, and you're probably gonna use them more for plugins. It's playground.wordpress.net question mark plugins equals, like plugin equals Gutenberg, or plugin equals blog visibility, or something like that. You can also use it for easy demos, and that's what we're gonna do later on today. Create interactive demos for clients or potential customers to show off your product. There are also experiments to use it in a learning environment, because there's a little interactive code block based on WordPress in the repository, based on Playground in the repository, where you can have the code that you want to teach, and then make it on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side you see the result of it, and then you can change the code and see what happens then. Yeah. That is definitely in the works, and there's right now it only works for plugins, but a co-worker of mine works on it for also used for theme. You can also do, it's great for reduced setup time. So if we do, if you want to test Gutenberg PR, new Gutenberg feature that is about to be merged, you can actually just use the PR number and spin up a Playground with Gutenberg installed, but for that particular feature isolated. And you can access it from any device on the internet. So this is an example. When you go to the plugin repository, there is a live preview button on many plugins. And what that gives is the plugin author now can put in a directory with the blueprints and all the things that they need to configure a Playground instance. And Nick Diego, if he's here, no, he has in his blog visibility plugin a very sophisticated, I would say, setup where it installs the plugin, also has some settings, and the landing page is actually in the plug editor, so you can see examples how this blog, how a blog can use the blog visibility plugin to either hide it on the front end, or log only to logged in users, or only it's visible on Saturday. So that's one example. Then you can also have a Playground for theme. When I go there, it's relatively fast here, although the internet sometimes has some quirks here, but I'm really happy with that. So this theme has, maybe I jinxed it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so this is the the demo of the theme, and when you go to dashboards, he actually added a dashboard widget, which just kind of gives you additional information about the theme and how you can use it, and that should give you some ideas what you could do with it. The next example that I have is what I said is the example about having a interactive code block in Playground, where you see the code on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side what it did. And this code actually adds just some content to the post content and before. So now you can change it and kind of say, okay, I want to change the color, or I want to change the content, and then click on run, and you see it immediately in the Playground. There are a lot of features in that block that I haven't written or experimented about, but I definitely will do more about it, because it's really cool for educational and tutorial sites to have that isolated code base where you can have multiple files there, so that's also good. So these are the examples. What are blueprints? Blueprints are JSON files. We have at WordPress quite a few JSON files, so that concept shouldn't be too unfamiliar. JSON means JavaScript object notation. And it has a certain schema, and you, just like a YAML file for your editor or for your server, you can use a JSON file for your blueprint. It allows you to configure the WordPress Playground environment. Why would you do that? Well, you can do it to configure the WordPress version that you want in the Playground. You configure the PHP version. You can load plugins and themes, as you saw. You can also add an admin notice or dashboard content. You can add post and page content. You can use the WP CLI to speed the creation of posts, speed them up. You can add additional files as plugins, or run PHP, and there are many, many other steps. The full documentation from Blueprints is here, and here are the steps. So there's quite a few steps that you can use, and I will show you some examples, and that's the whole documentation, so it's pretty good. I learned from it, so and I'm not a quick learner, so it's really helpful. Yeah. So as I said, Blueprints is JSON format. You can do the settings, so the preferred versions, PHP or WordPress, and if you only want the latest, you just say latest, and you don't have to worry about the next version and your blueprint getting outdated. You can also enable the features networking as true. And you can, for instance, also set a landing page. Oops. There are a few landing page examples. One is to get into the WP admin, but without the welcome text. That says WP admin /?welcome equals 0. Very easy command. You can also land in the block editor directly, so you don't have to kind of look for it. You can kind of say, okay, whoever is using this Playground can land directly in the block editor to do something. You can also say, okay, I have my Playground shows off some plugin with custom post types. You can also land that person who is going to test things directly on editing a custom post type, for instance. So you are not dropping the user who's gonna try out things somewhere in the WP admin and they get totally lost. So that's kind of the purpose of it. Next one is to install a plugin or a Gutenberg plugin. There's a shorthand actually that's just a one-liner, or you can use the long form step with install plugin and then say, okay, the resource is not the plugin repository, but maybe from GitHub. And you can also toggle, is it an activated plugin or not? So then for those you would use the long form, but the plugin, the shorthand is just easier to read. You can do steps with the WP CLI command. Here, that's a command. The step is called WP-CLI. And then the command here is generate 12 posts from type post with the post date of January 4th, 1999. You can add content to that if you want to, but it kind of spins up that playground, and you all of a sudden you have 12 posts in there. So things that need more posts, more content to show off can shine there. So so that brings me to a little experiment that I tried to put together, that we have a playground that comes in on a dashboard with a little note and then has a link to a category of my posts, and the posts have featured image. So so we add a dashboard widget to the WP add-on, and we do a link to a so-called playground guide. That's a link to the category. We have pretty links enabled, and we import posts with including the featured image. And that's what we're going to do now. So for adding a dashboard widget, you need to create a plugin that adds a custom widget to the WordPress dashboard, and then use the blueprint to automatically install it and activate it in the new playground instance, blueprint step. So this is kind of the excerpt code from the dashboard. You put it in a hello dashboard PHP that you could do in the MU plugins or just under plugins. Then you need the step that you make a directory for that file under plugins, hello dashboard. And then the next step, so it's an mkdir step to make, and the notation is pretty clear that the WordPress is the WordPress instance, and then you have the WP-content, W plugins, and then the name of the directory that you want to create. Next one is to write the file and use content from a GitHub file to add it to the instance. So it's a write file step with the path, and it goes into the directory that we just created. And then have the resource is a URL from GitHub. So you could actually version control that particular plugin, and every time it pulls the new version or the new assets from GitHub if you want to. 15 minutes, I'm making that. And then the next one is the step 4 is to activate the plugin. So you have an activate plugin step with the plugin path that we just created, and then it shows up in your plugins, in the plugins list. So, and then when you go to the playground, this would be the widget that we're working on. Of course, this can be as long and as beautiful and as blue as you want it to be. I did just some basic ones. So the next one is that I have content that I want people, so this link here, playground guide, is actually category/playground. And that only works when you have pretty links enabled. And that is a setting for the site options. And it says just permalink _ structure equals /& post name &/ quotes. You also need that when you you want to go to certain posts on the front end, of course. So now you can prepare your content. The best way to do this is prepare content on a separate site, and then like Playground, another Playground site, or in Studio, or any other staging WordPress site. And then once you have your content, export it through the tools export, and then use that file. And here I just exported the category Playground, and then put this, save it locally, and then upload it to GitHub or to any other place where your blueprint is going to reside, so it can access it. The only thing, before you upload, you need to do something with the images. Because if you have featured image in there, because the Playground can't access that other site. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. You need to have featured networking true. And then upload all the images to the place where the Playground is. That, for me, was a GitHub. And then copy the raw.githubusercontent.com URL from per image and modify in the XML file that part where you have the WP attachment URL. That's the only file, the only place where you need to change the image. The rest, the importer does. Yeah, so if you have used that image other way in other places, the importer takes care of that. It just can't take care of the attachment URL. You need to point that to an image that is accessible through the blueprint. Yeah, and I made this is only in 3 lines because it's educational. But the importer only works when it's all in 1 line. That's kind of a quirk on the importer. It took me a while to debug that, but it was really curious. And then you have the blueprint step, import WRX. That's the step. And then the resource is the URL. You point it to the GitHub place where the XML file is, and it does that then when it loads the Playground. The WP admin without welcome panel, we talked a little bit about that. I wanted to set it here too, so my dashboard widget is going to show and not is pushed down by the welcome screen. So that was kind of one, and ta-da, that's it. So when I click on that test on WordPress Playground, we're gonna hold all the breath in and kind of cross the fingers, and it's downloading 2024. I put that in because the testing of that, it was 2024 last summer, and then all of a sudden Playground pulls in 2025 by default, so I needed to add the 2024, and it does the content, and then it kind of does something, and ta-da, welcome to Playground, and here's the Playground guide, and then I click on it, and then I can have my content there. Yeah, so if they wanted to read more about it, of course it's all dummy text, yeah, but it's kind of the idea of it. So you can create some nice additional content to your demos. So that's pretty much it. And when you go to that link, oops, yeah, here, you will see the code. And you see all the files that are in there. There are the 3 images, and then the blueprint, the hello dashboard, and the content. Can you see all that behind at the back? We'll go a little bigger. Yeah. So, and let's look at the blueprint JSON. We have the network is true. We have the preferred versions. We log in true, side options, the steps, the make dear step, the write file, install the theme. The options, activate the plugin that was installed, yeah, and import the content and the landing page for the WP admin. So, yes, we did it. So, thank you. So there is a blueprints gallery, and you saw that here in the where was it? No, here. No, okay, here. We see here a link that's a blueprints gallery, and it gives you additional examples on what you can do with blueprints. For instance, yeah, if you want to display an admin notice, how to set it up. If you want to test Gutenberg and the Gutenberg plugin, but with the data views, yeah, we had a talk by Ria today on data views. If you want to enable those experiments, yeah, there is a blueprint in there on how to do that. So you can definitely go right ahead. And then there is the import the starter content, install WordPress language packages, install a plugin from Gist and not from the repository. Richard Tabor has an example in here to loading, activating, and configuring a theme from the GitHub repository. And then there's also a minimal WooCommerce setup with sample products, shipping, and payment method. So that is so you can if you're in a WooCommerce extension product author, you can put this together, including installing WooCommerce and setting up your extension. Serve media from another host. Yeah, so there are a few. Jason Ball has used WP GraphQL with Playground. That's kind of neat as well. And then some WP CLI and how to do WordPress beta tests. And they are all for you to test. And every time you go in here, I wanted to show you that. So when you go to this one, download Gutenberg, yes. And you want to then see how it works. And you can then, maybe I should not have downloaded 2 gigabytes of plugin. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while. But it's so much nicer to you go out and get a coffee or something like that. Yeah. So what you can do then is you go here to your temporary playground and go view blueprint. Anything that you use in playground, you have access to the blueprint itself. Here is he, Nick Diego. I showed off your blog visibility live preview, so it was really cool. So you can then you can see the blueprint, yeah, and copy paste. Yeah, there's one I always like is kind of step update user meta and use the admin color modern. Yeah, so it has to be better, and you can set it up for the user, so it looks a little bit more modern. Hence the name. And then you change something and you run it, and then on the right hand side it loads the playground again. Yeah, so that's the Playground galleries. Okay. So here are the resources for you if you want to kind of follow, kind of explore that on your own. There is the WordPress, the playground.wordpress.net single things, and then landing page. There's a playground landing page on WordPress.org. That's WordPress.org/playground. Then the playground documentation, and then announcement of the blueprints gallery on the Make blog a few months ago. And then there are resources on the WordPress developer blog out exploring the future of web development with WebAssembly, introducing Playground running WordPress in a browser, and how to use WordPress Playground for interactive demos. And the last one that I put here is a recap of a hallway hangout that we did with theme developers. And they showed off how they use Playground, the plugin create block theme, and GitHub to change a theme and then push it to GitHub as a PR, all through Playground. And that part is really magic. And in that link, there is also a little demo video for 4 minutes, yeah, that you can see, and then also the instructions on how to set it up. And here we are with Q&A. Thank you so much, and we can entertain. There are mics in the room, so if you have some questions, it's a lot to digest, I know. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Abe from Digital Renegade. So I'm really itching to ask this, but the idea is basically the same as how Docker and Kubernetes is. I'm just wondering if there's a future of it that we can use it for, how Docker and Kubernetes.
I don't think it has anything from Docker or Kubernetes.
Yeah, it's just what I mean is that it's basically you can Docker is like so just
I know what Docker and
intro.
Kubernetes
Yeah.
are, but this is not it. Yeah, it's kind of, you don't need a server, you don't
Mhm.
need anything to spin up. It all runs in the browser. So what you
Okay.
might be asking is, I can see a question there. Can you push it to a live site? Or can you use
Or-
it to update a staging site or something like that?
Something like that, but it's really like we really like it to have like we have like a starter template site. It's basically, you know, it's best like I think it's really cool if we have it so we can just update our blueprint
Mhm.
for our future project
Develop-
sites that we can just pull it and run in it server,
Mhm.
something like that. So
Yeah.
I think it's really cool for that. Is there anything like that in the future maybe? So I'm just wondering.
Not that I see, but you can use Playground as a self-hosted thing and then put it on your server. But
Okay.
you are still, in the background, you're going to be using the remote features from Playground without the interfaces. So you can really yeah, tailor it to your needs. I also think, I don't think it would be good to, as a local development, I
Mhm.
think I would rather do use Studio that is based on Playground, but that kind of gives you more features on the local development, yeah, than Playground will not give you.
Okay.
Does that answer your question? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, you know, I'm just wondering, you know, it's
Yeah.
just like a cool idea. But
Yeah.
thank you so much for answering.
You're welcome. Another, yep, Riyadh?
Hello. I just wanted to react to the
Excellent.
Docker question. I think like if you think about blueprints in their essence, they describe a WordPress website. Like Playground is one runtime of a WordPress website. So it runs on like the browser directly. But I don't think nothing. I think nothing stops us from using the same description like a blueprint to run the same environment in Docker or either Kubernetes. It's just another runtime. So right now, we have another tool called WordPress environment, and it uses JSON that config. It's a different configuration, but it's the same idea as blueprints. And I think at some point, these two things could be the same thing, like the same configuration, and you choose your runtime that you want to run it in, either a Playground or a Docker-based environment. Yeah.
Thank you, Riyadh.
Hello, I'm Junix from Rymera.
Nice to meet you.
Rymera Webco, we sell premium plugins.
Mhm.
So how do you recommend using Playground to demo premium plugins? Because currently I think there's an option to like push to GitHub or download the zip. So basically it opens up for security
Mhm.
for our code that we don't really want everyone to get.
Yeah.
So what do you recommend?
Yeah, so it's in the works that Playground also works for private GitHub repositories. But yeah, I see your point that you don't want to expose the code, maybe. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure if Playground is the right method to do that. But you could, as I said, self-host the Playground on your servers and kind of implement all the security that you need. Yeah, and have the same click and test kind of environment. It takes a little bit more, quite a lot more. But the developer blog, interactive demos, actually talks about that. Yeah, how you can iframe the Playground in your website and have a demo there. You're welcome.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yeah, so kind of a quick two-part question. First, I'll just kind of piggyback on the gentleman who piggybacked on the other gentleman. So we're aware that WPN exists. We know that there's sort of a manifest or JSON format for setting up one of those two. I don't think it will read a blueprint JSON. We're really interested in understanding sort of what the future tool chain might look here, right? So I guess really the big question is, does anybody have any practical experience using Blueprint? Like, are you using it today for a replacement for your local environment? Have you used it as a replacement for staging somewhere in a workflow? Like, where's it plugging in? We really think it's amazing tech.
Yeah, yeah. So I have not used it as a local development, but definitely show off some of the development things. And I don't know if anybody in the room has used it for local. Yeah, Jonathan, you want to talk? Can we get a microphone for Jonathan?
I think one of the practical use cases we've implemented in WordPress core is every pull request to WordPress core gets a link, and they can click it and they can test the changes that are being proposed for that ticket fix. And so that's been really great to lower the barrier of entry for testing. I mean, you could even just test on your phone. You don't need a local development environment in that sense.
Exactly, yeah.
And then you could use that PR. You could use the code spaces on GitHub, and so then you don't even need a local environment in that sense, because you're going to commit your additional modifications to the pull request, and then you can spin up a new. It uses the
UPR.
the most recent state of that pull request branch. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. The same happens with Gutenberg PRs that you can also test with Playground. But yeah, local development. It's more the. Yeah. Do you have a question?
I have a question. Hi, Birgit.
Hi, Ryan.
I also have a real-world use case where I have a plugin that has very complicated setup with many like options, and I've been working with creating blueprints based on the instance that the person is using. So like for support requests, basically, like it's not working the way I want it to, so I get all the settings passed to me in a blueprint URL, so I can see exactly what's been set up. That's not my question, but I thought I'd share that too.
Yeah.
Kevin
good.
is wondering about export options for Playground. So if you spin up a Playground and create 100 patterns, or any content within that, is there a workflow right now, or will there be a workflow where you can export that stuff out? That's not just like maybe just like through the normal export process that WordPress provides, but like through Blueprint itself.
No, not yet.
No.
Yeah.
But you can actually get a copy of the blueprint based on the browser experience, right?
Right. Yeah, you can always export all the patterns. That's actually in the WP admin already in there. You could do some of it with the Create Block Theme plugin. Right. Yeah, that saves every change that you make in the site editor to the files of your theme. But I don't think it has a pattern manager yet. Yeah, it's kind of in the works, right. But it's definitely something that people have requested before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going once, going twice. Well, thank you all for coming. You all can now. Thank you. Thank you. And this has been a wonderful WordCamp, so kudos to the organizers, volunteers, and sponsors. Yeah, and thank you for the hospitality that's quite unique in Philippines, it seems. And now we all venture over to room number 1 to see Matt Mullenweg in an hour or something like that. Okay, well, be well, and I see you around.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Big t-shirt. Yeah. Tingnan ko. Ano lang, 74. Oh. Yeah. Butol mo na yung stream doon.
Yeah. On. Thank you.
Side for me personally is to get more people in like the conversations with each other. Because like there's so many people that simply use WordPress, but as I told you, the story with like the person who simply have a bug and they worked around that.
From the Gutenberg times, yeah.
The possibility to really share those things and so we can improve
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
for everybody.
Ayun na.
And that makes the product